Uncle Sam presents Wings to Victory! Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Will Smith, USA. The story of a fighter squadron in the great battle for Tunisia, and how Lieutenant Roddy Johns scored its most spectacular victory. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of characters in these true stories are fictitious.
The 819th American Fighter Squadron called themselves the Forgotten Men. When they arrived in North Africa, they were placed in reserve far to the rear. Their airdrome was an Arab donkey pasture. They lived in tents bought from the French and ate British rations. They flew combat maneuvers many miles from any chance of actual fighting. Their tempers grew short and their speech bitter. They did not consider themselves destined for any glorious role in the final showdown with Rommel. And Lieutenant Roddy Johns was the last pilot in the group they would have nominated for a hero's laurels. In fact, Roddy's career with the 819th Squadron began most inauspiciously. Returning from his first practice maneuver with B Flight, he heard the voice of his squadron leader calling him on the radio phone.
Squadron leader to Lieutenant Johns. Squadron leader to Lieutenant Johns.
Yes, Captain Barnum?
We'll land single file on the West Strip. You tail us in.
I understand, sir.
Pay no attention to any donkeys or chickens on the field. The Arabs have been warned repeatedly to keep them out of the way.
You mean run right over them, sir?
Don't worry about that. They'll duck.
Yes, sir.
B Flight to control. B Flight to control.
This is control. Receiving you.
Is the West Strip clear? Okay to land?
Well, you better hold off a moment, Skipper. The landing strip's crowded with Mohammed Ali's menagerie. I'll give you a call when it's clear.
Roger. Lieutenant Russell.
Yes, Skipper?
You stooge around until the rest of us have landed. Then lead Roddy down. He may be a bit timid.
Okay, sir. Control to B Flight. You're clear to land. Come on in.
Roger. Easy on the brakes now, boys. This isn't Luke Field. Let's go.
Roger. Follow me, Roddy.
But TJ, hold on. Hey, wait.
What's wrong?
There's a whole slew of donkeys and Arabs by the edge of the East Strip. They might cross over.
So what? So what?
Well, I wouldn't want to hurt them or anything.
Forget it. You won't. Just follow me.
TJ, Skipper, that Arab, he's running right across the runway. Get him out of there. Hey, get him out.
Roddy, you okay, Roddy?
Yeah, I'm all right, but I've hurt these two donkeys here and it busted their cart.
My donkey, my God, I am ruined.
Ah, shut up, Allie. Too bad he didn't run over you.
Oh, the poor donkeys, they're dead.
Yeah, and you might have ground looped and busted your neck.
I am poor man, Effendi, poor man. I am ruined, Effendi. I will starve my wife, my children.
I'm awfully sorry. I wouldn't have had this happen for anything.
Pay me, Effendi, pay me, pay me.
Pay you, he won't pay you a nickel. Not a penny, not a sou. How about that, Skipper? Allie thinks we should pay him.
Beat it, Allie. Go on, get away, scram. Hey, how's the plane?
Well, it's not hurt much. Couple of dents.
I had to avoid hitting Allie, sir, so that made me swerve into the cart.
A very dumb stunt, Lieutenant. You were nowhere near hitting Allie. You had your orders and you didn't follow them.
Yes, sir.
Turn your plane into the crew chief for a complete check. Next time, hold your course no matter how many carts you think you're going to hit.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my Capitano, Effendi, my wife, my children.
Get out of the way. I think you wanted your donkeys killed.
So do I, Skipper. Come on, Roddy.
Oh, all right, TJ, but...
Effendi, you are rich American, and I am poor man.
Look, I can't talk now, Allie, but I'll see you by the main hangar in half an hour, okay?
Oui, it's okay, it's okay.
Come in. Lieutenant Johns is here now, Captain Varnum.
Send him in.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Johns reports his orders, sir.
Oh, yes. I have some money for you.
Money, sir?
How much did you pay Mohammed Ali?
Oh. Why, $50, sir.
The MPs picked him up in the village. Here's $38.70, all he had left.
But, sir, I thought that... Well, after all, I did kill
They
those...
weren't his donkeys.
Oh, they weren't?
No, they belonged to Mustafa Ali, a cousin. For another thing, the whole shebang was worth about $10 American money. Mohammed Ali played you for a sucker.
Yes, sir, I guess he did.
Well, after this, kindly allow me to deal with the Arabs.
Yes, sir.
You know, Roddy, an Arab can turn tears on and off like a woman. I suppose Ali told you he loved those overgrown jackrabbits.
Well, sir, he said they were pets of his.
He skinned them, and Mustafa's going to eat them.
Golly. Are you sure, sir? I mean...
Look, Roddy, you're over here to fight a war.
I know, sir.
Well, maybe we'll be moving up to the front one of these days. I don't guarantee it. Just now, they seem to be saving us for the next war. But it could happen.
Yes, sir.
Better keep your mind on the business, that's all.
Yes, sir.
The 819th Squadron viewed Lieutenant Roddy's brush with the Arabs as something which could be put down to youth and inexperience. But the next episode was something else again. Lieutenant Johns, with his tent mate, Lieutenant T.J. Russell, had an afternoon's leave in the Algerian village near the squadron's airdrome.
Okay, pal, so you're going to show me something beautiful. Now, where is she?
Right in this garden, behind the wall. Now, come on over here to the gate, T.J.
Oh, boy, a harem? Not a whole harem.
Look.
Where? Well, I don't see any dames.
Lilies and tulips, scads of them. Did you ever see anything more gorgeous?
Flowers. Why, you...
Look, T.J., I never said anything about women.
You double-talked me. You said there were beautiful things bathing in the sunshine. Lilies, tulips. I ought to slug you.
Yeah, but I had to get you to come some way.
Why?
Well, to help boost me over this wall.
Oh, no.
Look, I offered to buy some of these flowers, T.J., but he's a crusty old French gardener. He's not right in the head.
What do you want him for?
I just want him, that's all.
Uh-huh.
He won't miss a handful. Come on. I know just the place in the wall.
What's in this for me?
Half of the flowers.
The deal is cold.
How about a double-thick steak with beer at the Red Rooster?
And baba rum for dessert and some of those cigars your folks sent you?
Okay. All right, here's the spot. Now, give me a boost up.
You know, this ain't a moral. It's just plain silly. All right. Here you go. Okay, Roddy?
Yeah. You just walk up and down. I won't be a minute.
If I had any sense, I'd start running. Lilies, tulips. Judas is that guy a screwball.
Here, Drew. Here, voulez-vous?
Uh-oh.
Here.
Hey, Roddy. Psst. Roddy.
Oh, you are American. You are picking my flowers. It is forbidden. Stop.
Roddy,
Stop.
come out of there.
Halt. I will shoot.
Roddy.
Okay, I'm coming.
Stop, thief. Halt.
Catch him, T.J.
Halt.
Never mind the flowers. Hurry.
Halt, surrender.
That guy's unreasonable. We'll have to run.
Well, come on, run then.
Don't get no fleur.
Hey, Cap!
At ease, man.
What's up, Skipper? We going to fight?
Yeah, what's the big mystery, Skipper? Are we ordered up?
No such luck. This is a disciplinary matter.
What about?
I have a complaint from Colonel Rene Macaire of the French Army. He says that an American officer broke into the grounds of his villa and terrorized his wife and daughters.
Captain Varnum.
Yes, Lieutenant Johns.
I guess he must mean me, sir.
What? You? Oh, no.
But the colonel's mistaken, sir. I just climbed into the garden to...
You climbed into Colonel Macaire's garden? Go on.
Well, you see, sir, I admired...
You admired a girl and you didn't know she was his daughter?
No, sir, not a girl, sir. Lilies and tulips.
Flowers?
That's right, Captain. I was with Ferdinand here. He just went over the wall to pick some flowers.
Well, I'll be.
You see, I offered to pay for them, any price the gardener would name, but he wouldn't sell them, so Well, I took about a dozen of each kind.
But why? The village is full of flowers.
No, sir, not tulips and lilies. These were the first I've seen. And with Easter coming on, it was a sentimental impulse, I guess, sir.
Decidedly sentimental.
Yes, sir.
You plan to have us all take off on Easter with tulips and lilies in our hair, huh, Lieutenant?
No, sir. I thought I'd mail them back home.
Ah, to the little sweetheart?
No, sir. To my mother.
Oh. Lieutenant Johns?
Yes, sir.
You will call on Colonel McCare and apologize for your intrusion.
Yes, sir.
You will offer to pay for the flowers and any damage you've done. You will explain to Colonel McCare that I will issue you no more passes to the village and that you're to be confined to quarters for 1 week. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
That's all. Gentlemen dismissed.
Lieutenant Roddy Johns had now become the 819th Squadron's problem child. A tenderness for Arabs, donkeys, lilies, and tulips had marked him as a character. So when Squadron Commander Varnum took A and B flights up for combat practice, every pilot knew that he'd have his eye on Lieutenant Varnum's tactical maneuvers were notorious. It was a running gag among the pilots of the 819th that actual combat with Germans would be like a long, happy leave compared to a practice workout with their skipper.
Squadron leader to all pilots. Squadron leader to all pilots. Yes, sir. Receiving you. Okay, skipper. Ready, sir. Lieutenant Johns. Lieutenant Johns.
Oh, yes, sir.
You seem preoccupied. Were you smelling flowers?
No, sir. I was checking my instruments.
Now listen carefully, will you?
Yes, sir.
Pete will take A flight to 20,000. B flight will patrol at 15 in the usual top cover formation. A flight will simulate a typical Jerry attack, coming down out of the sun in the pattern we discussed at lunch. Is that clear?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Now get this, B flight. You're not being attacked by good friends and lightnings. Jerry is coming down in 109 Gs to kill you. He's a tough, no-good butcher, and he wants to splatter your brains all over the sky, break your spines, and burn you alive. He'd rather kill Americans than make love or eat or kiss Hitler's boots. Remember that. Okay, flight, get upstairs. And Pete? Yes, Skipper? Play every dirty crowd trick on us you can think of. Make it rough.
Okay, Skipper. We'll be seeing you. Hello, Roddy. Roddy.
Yes, TJ.
Now, look, watch yourself when they get to about 1,000 yards. Jerry's been rolling on his back and coming in upside down. Now, if you can catch him just as he flips, he's blind for about 5 seconds, maybe 10. Pete and the boys aren't too good at imitating those hyenas.
Lieutenant Russell.
Yes, sir.
Are you suggesting a long-range duel?
No, Skipper. I just wanted to tell Roddy
Well, don't. I want this squadron to bore in and slug it out. I particularly want Roddy to mix it at short range today.
Yes, sir.
But, sir...
Yes, Roddy?
Well, my combat instructor, Bronco Gilroy, fought with the RAF and the AVGs, and, well, he had a remarkable insight into the German mind.
Oh, he did?
Yes, sir. He seemed of the opinion that...
Yes, Joe? They're coming down, sir. Very well. Let's go. And, Roddy, we'll continue our discussion of the German mind later.
Yes, sir.
Get in there, Roddy. Drive it. Head out. Nixon, kill him. Look out, Roddy. Dog on your tail. Turn into him, Roddy. Turn in.
After the combat practice and the skipper's critique that followed, Lieutenant Roddy Johns sat gloomily in his tent. He had not distinguished himself. He heard footsteps approaching and knew TJ was just outside.
Roddy!
Yeah? Come on in, TJ, and get it over with.
Oh, you cluck.
Yeah, I know.
Why didn't you mix it? Why didn't you get sore, see red, go wading into it?
Well, it was just Pete and the boys, TJ. I couldn't even pretend, even make believe shooting at him.
Why?
Well, I just couldn't, that's all.
So what? So every guy in A flight shot you with his little camera gun.
Yeah, it did look bad.
Bad? You stunk, pal.
Sure.
Whoever passed you was a fighter pilot?
Bronco Gilroy.
You must have had something on him.
No, I didn't. Bronco had an adult conception of combat. He's against this red-headed slam-bang stuff.
Oh, he is? Well.
Well, he has 37 victories over Germans and Japanese.
How did he do it? With a death ray gun?
No, he stayed calm and outthought him.
Is that what you started to tell the skipper?
Yeah.
Well, don't. Not ever, do you hear?
I'm sorry, but I think it's my moral duty.
Oh, my gosh.
Captain Varnum wants me to curse the Germans and fight as if I were in a barroom brawl, lusting for blood.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Oh, I can't lust for anybody's blood.
Oh, you like Germans?
I despise the Nazis and I pity their dupes, but I'm sorry I have to kill them.
You don't belong in a fighter plane.
Oh, but I do.
You're nuts, Roddy. Can't you see that you
Look,
got
Bronco and I worked it all out weeks ago. The Nazis and Japs are bloody-minded people.
Uh-huh.
They enjoy butchery and hate and savage vengefulness. Bronco understood that. It gave him an edge, knowing that. He was one of the best, TJ. He flew with Paddy Finucane and Bluey Truscott.
Well, those guys hated Germans.
Intellectually they did, yes, but emotionally they kept themselves detached, objective.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
It may be a lot of big words to you. I don't say you should take such an attitude, or the skipper. I just say that it's right for me. And I don't see why I should lie about it.
You better lie about it.
Why?
If you want to stay with this squadron, you...
Lieutenant Russell.
Yeah?
The skipper wants to see you in his quarters right away, sir.
Uh-oh. Thanks. I'll be right there.
Could it be about me?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, if that's it...
Where's my cap? Oh, I got it.
TJ, wait. Do the best you can for me, will you?
Of course I will, Roddy. To see me, Skipper?
Yes, we're going to fight.
No, on the level?
Just got our orders. Read them, TJ, read them.
Hey, how about this, the Duke?
A hot corner, right in the thick of it. They did all right by us, hey?
Yes, sir.
Get your gang packed. We're moving out right away.
Righto.
They really saved us for something good. You know who we'll be up against?
Who?
Baron Gunther von Jugend himself in person.
Von Jugend? Why, I thought he commanded that Focke-Wulf outfit in France, the one they call the Abbeville kids.
Yeah, he did, but they sent him to Tunis.
Oh.
He's our meat. Oh, boy. We go right in against their big killer.
Big league stuff, Captain.
Yeah, now get out of here and start the props tournament.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on a second. I forgot. What do we better do about young Roddy?
Oh, he'll be all right. He'll shake down.
You think so?
Sure.
I'd about made up my mind to ship him. Then our orders came through.
Let's take a chance on him, Skipper.
Well, okay. Hey, give me that phone. Hello. This is Varnum. 819th Squadron. Give me a line to headquarters. We're going to war.
The 819th Squadron is now on the line at an advanced fighter field near Fondue. The long sweat of training and waiting is over now. They're about to fly their first combat mission. Their twin-boomed lightnings squat at dispersal points, sniffing for the desert fox. The great American, British, and French offensive has begun. And in the pilot's readiness hut, Lieutenant T.J. Russell is having a bad few minutes.
Roddy, for the love of my... Roddy!
Yeah, TJ, I hear you. Come on, Francine, drink your milk. Be a good girl.
Throw that mangy mutt out of here.
She isn't mangy. Just a little dandruff.
Come here and sit down. You're driving me nuts.
Okay. Gee, look at her drink. Probably the first time she ever tasted milk. But she trusts me.
You know what day it is?
Sure. Friday.
You know what time it is?
Yeah, 5:14 a.m.
And do you happen to recall that at 5:30 we have a little date?
That's right. With Jughead.
Baron Gunther von Jugend to you.
Oh, I like Jughead. It probably fits him. Hey, Francine, none of that. Now, you go back and finish your milk.
Roddy, listen. This is the real thing.
I know. I'm only trying to be firm with this dog. She needs milk.
And I'm only trying to fix it so you won't get your head shot off.
Well, if I do, you can have Francine. Is that a deal?
Shut up now and let me talk.
Take it easy. Don't get tense,
Just
CJ.
one thing you got to remember. The skipper will be born in. That's the way he fights. So you stay in formation, you hear?
Yeah, sure. I'll stay in formation.
And if you get in any trouble, you yell at me, promise?
Why, thanks, TJ.
Never mind the thanks. You're our idiot child. Maybe you bring us luck.
Time to go, fellas. All pilots, man your planes. Step on it.
Come on, Roddy.
Just a minute.
Well, I'll be... Roddy!
Go ahead. I'll catch her. I've got to tie Francine.
Oh.
The squadron's first assignment was to escort Billy Mitchell medium bombers to a target near Karawan. The Mitchells were hedge hopping. The Lightnings flew far above them as top cover. Squadron Commander Farnham broke radio silence.
Lieutenant Johns.
Yes, sir.
Are your guns loaded?
Yes, sir.
This is not a practice flight.
I understand, sir.
If you see strange aircraft, they will be manned by enemy pilots. I hate to say this, but I think they will shoot at us.
Yes, sir.
And what do you plan to do about that, Lieutenant?
Well, sir,
There they are, Skipper. Enemy planes at 2 o'clock. Hey, they're going after the Mitchell. Lock close, Skipper. Hey, it's Jughead. Jughead and his whole outfit. Dozens of them.
Silence. Prepare to attack. Close interval. Ready, let's go.
Good luck, Roddy.
Yeah, same to you, TJ.
Kill the crop-bellied rats. Kill them.
TJ!
You ready?
2 on your tail. Pull up and let me get a crack at him. Hey, they've got your left engine, TJ.
Yeah, I know they have that. Smart, I'm gonna...
Keep your temper. Dive off and bail out.
Bail out nothing. I'm gonna murder...
Jump! Don't be a fool. Jump! I'll keep them off. Get out of that ship, TJ. Quick, right now.
Too much smoke. I guess I better.
Hit the silk. I'll watch him. Jump! Jump!
Okay.
Good boy. He's clear. He's out. Now, if that crowd turns to shoot at him, if he turns to shoot at him, he'll do it. I know he will. I'm going to dive through. He's turned. Now. I got him, TJ. I got him.
Roddy, you okay?
Yes, sir. I've got one in treble. He's going to make a crash landing.
Shoot his wings off. Kill him.
No, sir. I won't have to do that. He's down.
After the battle, Squadron Commander Varnum sat talking in his headquarters tent with Lieutenant T.J. Russell, trying to console him for his bad luck.
Oh, you did all right, TJ. I'm crediting you with the probable.
Thanks. But tell me, how am I going to face Roddy?
Just the breaks of the game.
You know, Roddy actually got one. Shot down. No probable about it.
We both got some apologizing to do.
Yeah.
Hello, Varnum speaking. What? Yes, that's right. The crowd crash landed. I saw him. Who? No, you sure of that? I see. Oh, he does. Oh, very well. I'll send Lieutenant Johns right over. Thanks. Guess who the kraut was that Roddy shot down?
Don't tell me it was...
Yeah. Jughead. Baron Gunther von Jugend himself.
Oh, no.
And the Baron is now at base hospital demanding to see the famous American ace who defeated him.
Murder!
Baron von Jugend, this is Lieutenant Rodney Jones, the young man you asked to see.
So, Herr Doctor. I meet the man who caused me my defeat, huh?
Yes, sir. How are you feeling?
Scratches, nothing. I congratulate you, Lieutenant.
Oh, we were both lucky, I guess, sir.
Lucky? I have 137 victories. How many victories have you?
Victories?
Yeah, you have destroyed, killed. How many?
Well...
do not be modest.
Well, the truth is that I accidentally killed 2 donkeys and destroyed 1 cart and then got you, Baron.
Donkeys? Cart? Me?
I mean, today's fight was my first combat.
Is this one of your American jokes, Lieutenant?
Oh, no, sir.
You claim to be an utter tyro in combat?
That's right.
I cannot accept your statement. It is ridiculous and insulting to a German officer.
Insulting?
Like all stupid Americans, you try to belittle me.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You Germans have belittled yourselves.
So?
Well, you've shrunk from human beings to rats in 3 generations. Don't try to blame us for that.
This is impudence. Herr Doctor! Herr Doctor!
Never mind calling the doc. I'll leave, but before I go, I think I'll tell you something.
Schweinehund, out! Out!
Listen to me. Listen to me. I was glad I hadn't killed you. I didn't take any pride in putting a row of little swastikas on my plane. But now I'm almost sorry I didn't shoot you down in flames. Europe is full of people who think killing Germans is a pleasure. I can understand now how they feel.
Get out. Get out before I forget I'm a prisoner.
Maybe old Clemenceau was right. He said the only way you make Germans sick of war is to kill about 20 million of you. And if that's what it's going to take, we can do it. A filthy, bloody job, but we'll do it. We've got the planes, thousands of better flyers than I am. And if you Nazis weren't insane, you'd yell uncle right now.
So, I will give you my answer.
And here's mine.
Lieutenant Jones. What's happened to the Baron?
I'm not sure, Doc, but I think he all of a sudden got sick of war.
There is a real city of dreadful night. And the bomber crews of the Army Air Forces soon shall know it well. The charts of Berlin are spread. The courses to Berlin are plotted. Our comrades of the RAF have marked the path with flare and bomb. We are going to visit the Nazi capital by day and by night. Death shall come to the city of death at long last. Have we forgotten that here in Berlin 7 years ago, truth died on a pyre of sacred books? Do we remember that honor died here when Hitler's stormtroops marched into Czechoslovakia? The crucifixion of faith began in this city as jail doors opened for Pastor Niemöller. Then followed the bombing of Rotterdam. And on that day in Berlin, the Christ-like grace we call pity was dead. Prague, Warsaw, Paris, Belgrade, Athens were swept into German darkness. These cities knew tears and misery unspeakable. But in Berlin there was a smug and gloating calm. Nazi trumpets jibed at Poland. Nazi flags danced in the sad air above Norway. Berlin had become the stony tomb of every ideal which Christianity reveres. Its people turned their stupid faces to Goebbels, Goering, Himmler, and Hitler. Remorse died last. But in this city, remorse is dead. Truly, death and the devil have found their dwelling place. These Germans know they cannot win, yet they mean to murder hostages, enslave women and children, make Europe their butcher shop until the end. Remember all this, you men of the fortresses and liberators. Warsaw still lives for courage, and Paris for humanity. Prague stirs alive with its dream of freedom, and little Athens is named with love and sorrow by good men everywhere. But Berlin, this great charnel house, this lair of bullies, this satanic altar to war, has chosen death. So let it die. Let the great bombs dig its grave both wide and deep. In letters of fire may its epitaph be, here stood a city that hated mankind and mocked their God. Onward, Christian soldiers!
You have been listening to Wings to Victory, presented by the Army Air Forces. Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.
Down in Arkansas. The breath of spring is in the air, and birds are singing everywhere. And off comes Pa's long underwear. Down in Arkansas.
Lifebuoy presents The Bob Burns Show, bringing you latest news of those kinfolks in Van Buren. More doings of the Arkansas Traveler, Spike Jones and his city slickers. Now, here he is himself, Bob Burns.
Well, thank you. You know, before I get started to talking here, there's a couple of little tidbits I picked up on my shortwave radio that I just don't want you to miss. I happened to overhear Hitler and Rommel talking together over their shortwave. It's the truth, I did. And if they knew I heard what they were talking about, it'd kill them. Now, what them boys don't know is that I speak German. I know the German language from A to Z. Listen here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z. That's the German alphabet. I studied German 4 years. All first-year German. Now then, I heard those two men talking, and Rommel down there in Tunisia, he told Hitler, he says, "You better send me some help right away." And Hitler says, "Why, how are things going down there?" And Rommel says, "That's just the trouble. They ain't going, they're coming." Rommel is trying out that Rommel plan over there. Now, it's different, of course, from our Rommel plan we have over here. It's not the same plan at all, but the Rommel plan works out just about the same. Because there's no question about it, Rommel is paying as he goes. Up to now, Rommel, of course, the only trouble he's had up till not long ago has been with those two English generals, Generals Montgomery and General Ward. That's Montgomery and Ward. That's their names. He's just beginning to get a taste of Sears and Roebuck. But you know that one little thing, the other little tidbit I picked up on the shortwave. I heard about this boy, this American soldier. He captured a whole bunch of American prisoners, and there was a German officer, a high German officer in the bunch. And when they got back, this officer told this boy, he says, "I can't understand it." He says, "Single-handed, you captured the whole bunch of us." And he says, "Don't forget that we are part of Hitler's crack stormtroopers." And this boy says, "Brother, I ain't bothered with no stormtroopers." He says, "I come from Kansas where we raise cyclones." But it's things like that, I think, that should just spur us on to do all we can back home here. Not only for the boys, but it's going to do a lot of good for us, too. Now, Luther Roundtree, that's my cousin. He works for Spike Jones here. He's taken a course in home defense, and I'll bet you that he's learned something for his own good. Now, let's see. Let's hear it from Luther. Luther, come up here.
Father.
Luther, I understand that you've been taking that course now for 7 weeks in home defense, and I just want to ask you a question. While you've been learning how to help others in an emergency, have you also learned things that'll enable you to help yourself?
I sure have.
Well, now, let me ask this question. Now, just suppose now that you were driving along in your car and you saw another car parked alongside the road with the driver slumped over the wheel. Now, just what would you do?
Well, if he is conscious, I'd give him first aid.
Well, what if he is unconscious?
Well, if he is unconscious, I'd jack up his car and remove his tires and siphon his gas.
Luther, you stay in after the show. I want to talk to you. You know, I can't do a thing with that boy since he had his picture in Saturday Evening Post last week with Spike Jones and the City Slickers. It seemed to work different on Spike. It just seems like it inspired him to go on and do better things. I just heard his latest record of Oh By Jingo that's just released today by the Victor people. They won't release Spike for 20 years. You'll know what I'm talking about when you hear Spike play it. Go ahead, Spike.
In the land of San Domingo lived a gal called Jingo. From the fields and from the marshes came the young and goshes. They all spoke with a different lingo, but they all loved Jingo. And every night they sang in the pale moonlight, oh, by gee, by gosh, by gum, by Joe. Oh, by Jingo, won't you hear our love? We will build for you a hut. You will be our favorite nut. We'll have a lot of little by gollies, and we'll put them in the follies. By Jingo said, by gosh, by gee. By Jiminy, please don't bother me. So they all went away singing, oh, by gee, by gosh, by gum, by Joe, by Jingo. By gee, you're the only girl for me.
Well, that Spike Jones sure does play wacky music. Why, he's as balmy as a spring day.
Ah, spring. Spring! In the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of life, boy. And a good thing, too.
Oh, now how in the world can you explain the connection between spring and life, boy, Dick?
Very simple. Now, what does spring suggest to you? What lovely, idyllic picture comes to your mind at the word spring?
Well, now, I get a picture of my cousin Sludge. That boy, you know, he just loves to tap dance in the mud with his bare feet.
Oh.
It's the truth. Why, I can just hear him now.
Yeah.
Listen.
Oh, no. Spring suggests young love, romance.
Did you ever see that boy, Sludge?
Young love, romance can be blighted by B.O., but not if you use Lifebuoy.
Well, Sludge uses Lifebuoy, too, Dick.
Oh, he does? Well, then he must be in love.
No, he's just dirty.
Well, now, that's one good reason to use it. But it's also a good idea to take a Lifebuoy bath every day, because it's the only soap especially made to stop B.O. And that's a big help to romance.
But, Dick, the weather's hot down in Van Buren in the spring, but why should anyone, say, in North Dakota or Maine worry about B.O.?
Well, summer, winter, fall, or spring, B.O. is always a danger. No matter what the temperature may be, our bodies are always perspiring. Yes, up to 3 pints every day. So no matter what the weather may be, a daily Lifebuoy bath is always in season. In the traveler's office down at the newspaper he edits, people have been in and out all morning. Let's see what the excitement's all about.
Answer that, will you, Dewey?
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes'm. Yes'm. No, ma'am. Yes'm. No, ma'am.
Who was it, Dewey?
Yes'm. It was old lady Parker. She canceled her subscription, the old battle axe.
Oh, now, Dewey, that's no way to talk about the widow Parker. She's got a right to stop taking the paper if she wants to.
Well, she doesn't have to get so mad just because you wrote that editorial about rumors.
Well, I guess it did make a lot of people mad, Dewey. That's the 12th cancellation we've had this morning. If we get one more, I'm going to start getting superstitious.
Yeah, but she's one of the very ones that sent in that silly story about the munitions plant that wasn't true.
You'll find, Dewey, that the one the shoe pinches most always yells the loudest.
I'll get it.
Where's the traveler?
He isn't here.
Oh, hiding out, huh? I should think he would after that editorial he wrote.
Oh, I'm not hiding out from anybody, Mayor. Come on in. Sit down. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? I swear, Traveler, I don't think you've got a bit of civic pride. I'd be ashamed calling your own townfolk suckers for rumor. You made them the laughing stock of the whole county. People aren't such big fools as you think they are.
Now, Mayor, watch your blood pressure. It might spill over, then you wouldn't have any for the Red Cross. Anyway, I didn't call anybody a fool, exactly. I'd admit I did sort of hint that some of them might be foolish now and then, but it's time they realize it. Listening to rumors these days is mighty risky business.
All right, I'd like to know what your foundation is for such an accusation.
Well, it isn't any secret. Last week, 5 different people brought stories into this paper that I wouldn't and couldn't print. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Not one of those stories was founded on fact. 2 of them was based on rumors and gossip that was downright vicious and dangerous.
Well, a town of this size is bound to have a couple of crackpots in it.
Oh, a couple maybe, but 5 too many to suit me. I decided to do something about it before the disease spread.
Well, you're all wrong. I couldn't be fooled by a rumor, and neither would the rest of the town. My advice to you is you'd better print a retraction of that editorial if you expect to have a single subscriber left to this rag of yours.
That's not the way you spoke of this paper just before the election, Mayor.
Well, unless you agree to print a retraction to your editorial, you can cancel my subscription as of right now, and that's final. Good day.
Who are you? Is this on or mad? What are you going to do, Traveler?
Well, I don't know, but you know, Dewey, old Mother Earth got a cure for pretty near everything if you'll just dig for it. I think I'll go out and do some digging.
Can I go with you?
Come on.
Hey, Don, take a look. What's the Traveler and the kid doing digging over there in that vacant lot next to the old people's home? And on a hot day like this, too. Hey, they must be balmy.
Oh, I'll be darned. There's been nothing but weeds on that lot ever since I can remember. Well, that's where the old Sorick place used to stand.
Mm-hmm. I remember the house burned down and old man Sorick died in the fire. The county took the lot for taxes. He didn't leave a cent.
Funny, too. He used to be rich as gravy, they said.
Hey, wait a minute. Let's stop and watch him. Now, what in blazes do you suppose the Traveler is up to?
Must be some reason, but doggone if I get it.
Well, let's ask him. Hey, Traveler.
Wait a minute. What do you know? I just saw him pick up something. It was all shiny. Looked like a silver dollar.
Oh, probably some kid dropped it playing baseball or something.
Well, I never knew any kids running around with silver dollars in their pockets. Did you?
No. Hey, will you look at that? He just picked up another one.
Yeah, maybe he's found buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Well, I wonder. Say, I think you've got something there, Don. Remember I said old man Sorick was rich and they never found any of his money?
Hey, you mean...
Sure, why not? Maybe he buried it.
Come on, let's go over and talk to the Traveler. I got an idea.
Well, okay, but what are you going to do?
Hi, Traveler. What are you spading around in this old lot for?
Well, I figured it'd be nice if the old people's home next door had a victory garden for fresh vegetables. They could take care of it once it was spaded up.
Yeah, but there aren't any of them husky enough to do the digging themselves.
Yeah, but didn't I see you digging up a couple of silver dollars?
Oh, that. Well, that silver dollar is my good luck piece. I got a hole in my pocket, and it just dropped through a couple of times.
Hole in his pocket. Pretty foxy.
Sure, he's just trying to give us a bum steer. It's treasure.
You kind of picked a big job for one man and a boy, didn't you, Traveler? Could you use some help?
We sure could.
You mean anyone can dig here?
Well, I don't know why not. It's county property.
Well, I've got nothing to do this afternoon. I'll just run home and get my spade.
Now, I call that mighty cooperative.
Hey, wait a minute, Hank. I'm coming, too.
Oh, just like a woman, always hiding something when you want it in a hurry.
Hank Moore, what in the world are you doing rummaging around the garage with your best suit on?
Never mind my suit. Where the devil is my garden spade? This is an emergency.
Well, right in front of your nose, stupid. No, look over there.
Oh, yes, here it is.
Say, Hank, what's the matter with you? You sick? I never seen you act like this before.
Oh, I haven't time for talk. The Traveler is digging up some buried treasure out in the county property next to the old people's home.
You know, where the old Sorek place used to be. Goodbye, and don't wait supper for me.
Buried treasure? Hank Moore, you're fooling.
Fooling, am I? I saw it with my own eyes, silver dollars in every spadeful he dug.
Well, here now, wait a minute, dear. Hadn't you better take the pick, too? And I'll meet you there with the wheelbarrow.
Quick, ought to buy a shovel.
About what price did you want to pay, Mr. Blake?
I don't care how much. Here, give me this one. Just charge it.
All right, Mr. Blake. Shall I wrap it up?
No, thanks. I'm in a hurry.
Fire somewhere?
If you'll keep it quiet, I'll let you in on a good thing.
Well, I won't tell a soul. Cross my heart.
The travelers.
No. You don't say.
I gotta go. Remember your promise, not a word.
Don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Silver dollars.
Jumpin' G Hospital. What am I waiting for?
Yeah, Mabel, the old Sorek place. It's the missing fortune. Isn't it wonderful? Anyone can dig. County property, you know. Yeah, the travelers found hundreds of dollars already. We'll have to hurry. Well, I don't know. I suppose you can dig with a frying pan.
You'll have to hurry. The travelers dug up thousands already.
They say he's quitting the paper, dug up enough to make him independent.
Travelers buying the paper, paying cash.
He'll be able to buy and sell the town. Simply thousands, my dear.
Boy, how do you think of the taxes?
Struck it rich.
It's bigger than the gold rush.
Missed first gold rush.
Hurry, biggest thing yet, silver.
Gold.
Jewels.
100.
Thousands.
Millions.
I declare, Dewey, I believe half the town's out here digging. It's a wonderful thing what can be accomplished when people all set their minds on a single purpose.
Gee, Traveler, isn't that old lady Parker down on her knees over there digging with a frying pan? Boy, is she red in the face.
Say, if she ever found what she's looking for, I suppose she'd have a stroke.
And look at the mayor. He's got his coat and tie on. Golly, is he ever puffing? Wonder where he got that shiny red shovel.
Looks like he stopped with the fire department on his way over. He's sure going to get those striped trousers dirty.
Wow, there goes his other suspender. Now what the heck's he gonna do?
Too bad the cameraman from the paper ain't here, Dewey.
Why?
Because I think we're going to have a big exposure.
Well, Trevor, you sure did a wonderful job. As superintendent of the Old People's Home, I want to thank you. Now we can have a real victory garden.
Oh, don't thank me. I didn't do much. These good people who donated their whole afternoon to digging are responsible for most of it.
I'd like to get their attention, too. I want to thank them, too.
Well, go right ahead. I know most people don't mind being thanked.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I have your attention for a moment? On behalf of the men and women in the County Old People's Home next door, I want to thank you for digging up this lot for our victory garden. They want me to tell you how much they appreciate it. And now, if you'll all step over next door, we have some nice, cool refreshments set out for you all. And I guess you can use them, too.
Who came to dig for any victory garden? We came over here to dig for the money old man Sorek buried on this lot.
Sure, where's the money? Traveler, what have you got to say for yourself? You brought all of us down here under false pretense. What have you done with the money you dug up?
Oh, now, wait a minute, folks. I didn't ask anybody to come over here this afternoon. I didn't say one word about buried treasure. When Hank Moore asked me what I was doing, I told him I was helping to dig a victory garden for the Old People's Home. He asked if he could dig, too. I said, with county property, there's nothing to stop him. It just looks to me like you're all victims of a rumor, just like I said in my editorial. This time, I'll have to admit it did some good. The next rumor might not work out that way, and you'd feel awful bad if you was the cause of a lot of trouble in times like these.
Well, I must admit, Traveler, that you're right. And believe me, if a few of us suffer from a stiff back or a touch of lumbago tomorrow, I consider this a cheap lesson.
Well, Traveler, I feel pretty much like a fool, but I swear Blake and I saw you digging up silver dollars.
Well, Hank, it just goes to show how your eyes can fool you. I wasn't digging up money. Just like I told you, I always carry this silver dollar as a good luck piece. I got a hole in my pocket. Here, look. The darn thing just naturally kept slipping through.
Well, I'll be doggone. I feel pretty cheap.
Gee, boss, it sure was lucky for the old folks that the dollar kept slipping through.
Yeah, Dewey, but it it sure seemed like a shame to have to cut that hole in my brand new pant pocket.
Before Bob Burns gets up here to tell you about the latest doings and undoings of his famous relatives, I'm going to try and astonish Spike Jones with some really big news.
Well, now, Dick, there just isn't any news about Lifebuoy that I don't already know.
Well, Spike, did you know that Lifebuoy is America's favorite bath soap?
Oh, Dick, that's not news. We've been saying that all along.
Yes, we've said that. But the big news is that now someone else has said it and proved it with cold, hard facts. A survey has just been completed by Crosley Incorporated, one of the biggest research organizations in America. A completely unbiased, completely impartial survey among folks in every walk of life. And by actually counting the soap used in hundreds of homes, they prove that Lifebuoy is used in more of those homes than any other toilet soap.
Dick, it makes me happy to hear that Lifebuoy's Crosley rating is higher than our own, because it's such a swell soap. And I'm sure glad to hear that fact-finding experts have shown that my favorite soap is also America's favorite. But say, Dick, do you suppose, well, I almost hate to mention it, but do you suppose we had anything to do with making Lifebuoy so popular?
Of course not, Spike. You know as well as I do that we never try to sell folks Lifebuoy. We just want them to buy it. And now here he is again, Bob Burns.
Here's Robin.
Don't that do something to you? Now, I know there's a lot of people that don't like that kind of music, and I don't know. Now, I want to tell you a secret. This is something I've never told anybody in my life. I don't want to go through life playing that kind of music. You know what my ambition's always been? I wanted to be one of them nifty men, you know, on the stage that plays the piano and sings those cute songs. It's the truth. Now, I got one. Now, I'll show you what I mean. If I can get it. Now, I don't know how this is going to be, honestly. I haven't done it in so long. I haven't done it since 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now, listen here. I wish I was a dozen eggs a-sitting in a tree. And when I saw you pass beneath, I'd splatter you with me. Well, is that terrible? You know, now let me tell you, last night I played the piano before a bunch of people, and I want to tell you how I appreciate playing before an intelligent bunch of people like you. Because last night I never saw people like them in my life. They didn't know a thing in the world about music. And I don't know what was the matter. They're the dumbest people I ever saw in my life. Well, honestly, I played a beautiful number, that beautiful number called Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and they held their noses. Maybe you ought to do the same thing. But now then, I think that, of course, we need music now. Any kind of music is better than none at all, but we do need music in these times when we have to go through the things that we going through, like gas rationing, and, you know, we're just having troubles that we never had before. Now, Uncle Uni was telling me, that's Aunt Boo's husband, he told me that since gas rationing come in, that she went and got her a bicycle. And he said she rides that bicycle all day long and talks about it, and all night long she lays there and dreams that she is riding a bicycle. He says, honestly, Robin, the only time I get any rest at all is when she's coasting down here. But now, I think, though, that we're all doing our part the best we can. And I've got another idea. I'm going to take up with Washington the first chance I get. Now, I think the civilians that are doing something out of the ordinary, I think they ought to have some kind of recognition. Now, when soldiers or sailors, when they do something extraordinary, they get a medal for it. They don't give civilians anything. Over in England, you know, they used to knight them. Used to make knights out of them. And we ought to do the same thing over here. Now, I've already got a title for Henry Kaiser, Sir Launch-a-Lot. I think that's just as cute as it could be. But now, you know, this war is bringing out things. It's bringing out things in us that we never knew we had. Now, you take my lazy uncle. That's my Uncle Hod. I was supposed to play the piano in between each one of these jokes. I forgot all about it. Now, Uncle Hod is the laziest uncle I got. Before the war, all that man did was just watch other people work. Didn't make any difference who it was. He just liked to sit around and watch other people work. And now then, he's so patriotic since we went into the war, just as patriotic. Now he won't watch anybody but essential war work. And if I could just go back over that now and do it right, I'd kill you, honestly. But now, you know, it is a fact, though. Now, we're all gathered here, and I don't ask anything of you. You certainly don't expect nothing of me. But it is a fact that this war is bringing out things in us that we didn't know we had. Do you know that even animals, do you know that one of Bing's horses finally won a race? Well, now, you can laugh if you want to, but he did. I had dinner at Bing's house night before last, and one of Bing's horses come in ahead of the dessert. Now then, I'm getting serious now, I've got a little number here that I do want to do the better things and the cute little songs and ones that have a meaning to them. And I've written a little number that I just want to play, and I hope you're going to like it now. They walked down the lane together. The sky was full of stars. They reached the gate in silence, and he let down the bars. She never smiled nor thanked him because she didn't know how, for he was just a farmer boy, and she was a Jersey cow. Well, now, that's just about all I got to say tonight, I guess, folks, except I do want to tell you that you can actually get into the habit of buying bonds if you'll just adjust yourself to it. It's just like our boys. They certainly are adjusting themselves to the work they have to do. I have a cousin, Purnell, who joined the Air Force. And he said, if I'm going to fly like a bird, I'm going to live like one. The next thing I heard from him, he'd already got his wings. Then the next time I heard from him, he'd already started laying eggs over Berlin. Thank you.
Makers of Lifebuoy will again bring you Bob Burns next week at this same time with more about his relatives, more doings of the Arkansas Traveler, and Spike Jones and his city slickers. Remember, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop Men, when you finish the first half of your morning shave, do you have to lather up again to finish the second half? If so, you've been using the wrong shaving cream. For a rich, heavy lather that stays moist till you're through shaving, get Lifebuoy shaving cream. Because it picks up and holds more moisture longer, Lifebuoy shaving cream gives you smoother, easier shaves than other drier lathers. Get that big red tube of Lifebuoy shaving cream tomorrow. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Postum presents
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. You know, friends, one of the things that makes music so enjoyable and relaxing is the perfect harmony of every section of the orchestra with every other section. But suppose that just the opposite were true. Suppose the brasses played in one key and tempo, the strings in another, and so on. Well, that would make for anything but harmony, wouldn't it? Well, it's much the same idea when your nerves are out of tune. Your whole life is out of harmony. You ring a definitely discordant note among your friends. So why not just ask yourself next time you're edgy and jumpy if maybe coffee is to blame? It might very well be, you know. For even though many people can drink coffee without getting nervous, many others cannot. If you think you're one of those others, switch to Postum by all means. Postum contains no caffeine or other stimulant, nothing that can set your nerves on edge. And as a mealtime drink, Postum is out and out delicious. So start drinking Postum regularly instead of coffee. And then see if you don't soon feel completely in tune again, thanks to your switch to hearty, delightful Postum. Give a teenage boy a problem to solve, and you start what always turns out to be a wrestling match, with the boy and the problem alternately throwing each other. Henry Aldrich, however, usually ends up victorious, but gasping. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
Could I have the cream, please, Father?
Here you are, Henry.
Thank you. Boy.
Dear, it isn't necessary to eat your breakfast as though you were going to some kind of a race.
But, Mother, I'm in a hurry. I've got a very full day. Boy.
Henry, can't you slow down just a little?
Alice, I don't like to undermine your discipline, but I happen to know Henry does have a very full day.
Boy, I'll say.
He's got to empty the ashes in the cellar. He's got to pick up the backyard.
Father, that isn't the kind of full day I was thinking of. I've got this list, see?
What list, Henry?
Gee whiz, look at it. Just look at it. One grandfather's clock, one fur coat, man's, one dining room table with chairs, one rose bush.
Now, wait a minute. What is that you're reading?
My list. 1 pound of butter with muffins, 1 fireplace, an egg beater, and a cigar.
What's that, Henry?
A cigar, Mother, for Homer.
What's that? Homer smoking cigars?
No, Father, he doesn't smoke it. He just carries it around in his pocket because he's got a lot of money.
Henry, may I ask what this is all about?
Didn't I tell you, Mother? It's for the school play. And I've got to get all that list by tomorrow night.
How about the ashes?
The ashes, Father? We don't need any ashes.
Henry, do you mind my asking why, if the play is going to be put on tomorrow night, you haven't started to get any of these things before now?
Because they didn't tell me until yesterday that I was to be prop man. Jimmy Bartlett was before that, and they fired him.
They fired him?
Sure. He wasn't good at getting anything at all, so they gave him the lead.
Henry!
What, Mary?
May I ask what Mother's egg beater is doing in your lunchbox?
What's that, Mary?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mother. I was going to tell you about that egg beater, only Mary brought it up too soon.
I did?
Henry, why are you taking my egg beater?
It's for Kathleen. She makes an entrance, see, from the kitchen, and it shows that's where she came from.
What's that?
Kathleen, Father. Her mother's dead.
Kathleen's mother?
Sure, in the play. And she's keeping house for her father, Homer.
For whom?
For Homer. She's Homer's unspoiled daughter.
Kathleen? Kathleen Anderson is Homer Brown's daughter?
What's so wrong with that, Mary? She's only a couple of months older than he is. And as a matter of fact, the dramatic coach says Homer looks more like an old man than anyone in the school.
Henry, if I let you take our egg beater, will you see that it gets back to me?
Oh, sure, Mother. Gee, I hope you don't think I'd go and leave a perfectly good thing like an egg beater over at the school, do you?
Well, then I'll put it back in your lunchbox.
Thank you. And, Mary, the next time you go searching through my lunchbox, please ask for permission.
Henry, what are you doing under the table?
I'm just looking at the legs, Father. I'm just seeing if they'll come off when I take it over.
When you take it over? When you take what over where?
The dining room table for the play.
Henry, you are not under any circumstances going to take this table.
I can't have it?
But, gee whiz, what's Homer going to eat off of?
And may I ask what we're going to eat off of?
Couldn't we eat in the kitchen, Father? It's only for 3 days.
Henry, do you remember last year when we loaned our sofa for the school play?
Yes, Father, but that wasn't my fault it fell off the back of the car.
That isn't the point. This dining room table has been in this house for 20 years. If there are those in your school who have never seen a dining room table before, you may bring them over one at a time and let them take a look at it. But that's as far as I'm willing to go.
Okay, then. How about a fur coat? Could I borrow one of those? A fur coat? It has to be a man's fur coat. It's for Homer. He's very wealthy, see, and the fur has to be on the inside.
Yes? Well, you've come to the wrong man for a thing like that.
And as a matter of fact, I'd like to get a pair of fur gloves for him, too. And maybe a fur hat.
Exactly where is the scene laid?
In his dining room.
Oh. Homer comes into his dining room wearing a fur coat, a fur hat, and fur gloves and sits down to dinner?
Sure.
I see. He can't get any coal.
He can't? Do you think I ought to get some?
For what?
Hi, Henry. You all ready for school?
I'll be ready in 1 second, Homer.
Good morning, Homer. What's that you have in your mouth?
A piece of bubble gum.
Alice, what was that?
That was me, Mr. Aldrich. Good morning.
Homer, I wouldn't snap my gum in here if I were you.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
Come on, Homer, while I get my things on.
Okay.
Don't run, dear.
I'm not running.
Listen, Henry, I had an idea last night. You know that place in the play where I take $1,000 out of my pocket and give it to Jimmy Bartlett?
Yeah?
Well, gee, I wouldn't have a whole 1,000 just loose in my pocket, would I?
Why not?
I'd be afraid to carry it around, Henry. Why don't I have a cash register that I take it out of?
A cash register? Right in your dining room?
Well, I can afford one. I'm rich.
I know, but rich people have things like safes.
A safe? Well, I'd settle for a safe. As a matter of fact, that's a very good idea.
Sure, Homer.
Henry, you forgot something in here.
Oh, gee whiz. I know what it is. It's my darn list.
And that, Henry, is one reason why I don't want you to borrow this dining room table.
Father, I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. I've driven the dining room table right out of my head.
Good.
Now, if you could only get me a safe, I'd be perfectly happy.
A what, dear?
A safe, Mother. There's a very important place where Homer has to have one.
Henry, do you realize how much a safe weighs?
Well, I don't mean a big safe, Father, like in a bank. I mean something about...
Yes? Well, you can just drive the safe out of your head, too.
You mean I can't have one?
Hey, Henry, we're going to be late.
I'm coming, Homer. And as a matter of fact, I'm sort of sorry I ever took this darn job.
Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Henry, goodbye.
I guess he didn't hear you, dear. Sam?
Well?
Dear, don't you think we ought to contribute a little something more than just an egg beater to this play?
You mean you want to let Henry have this table?
Now, dear, I didn't say the table. But don't you think you could at least find him a safe?
Alice, are you...
Sam, this is the first time I've ever seen Henry get so wrapped up in anything. Why, dear, it's the most important thing that has ever happened to him.
But where am I going to get a safe?
You've a lot of influence, Sam. And if you explain it's for a high school play, my goodness, I should think there'd be lots of people who could spare a safe for 3 nights.
Hello, Centerville Press Office. Yes? Have we got a what? Sure, we got a safe. Who's this speaking? Oh, yes, Mr. Aldrich. Now, could you tell me again what it is you want? A safe to play with? Oh, you're in a play. Oh, I got you. Well, we got one here, yes. Weighs 3.5 tons. What's that?
Hello, Harriet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alice.
What we need is a nice, warm, heavy coat that's lined with fur.
I see.
It's for a rather wealthy man that's a widower.
How about my Persian lamb?
Your Persian lamb? Harriet, it has to be a man's coat.
Alice, where would I ever get a man's coat, especially a fur-lined man?
Well, I just thought you might possibly know of someone that has one.
Mother!
Just a minute, Harriet. Henry, are you home from school already?
Yes, Mother. Where's Mary? I think I've got a little job for her.
Dear, I'm talking with your Aunt Harriet about a fur coat for you.
You are? Oh, boy.
Alice, I have another idea.
Really?
Up in one of my closets there's a leather windbreaker. It's mine, but it's cut like a man's, and it's lined with rabbit.
With rabbit?
It's hip length, Alice.
Just a minute, Harriet. Henry, would rabbit down to the hips be all right?
Just to the hips, Mother? And have Homer's legs show?
Centerville Coal and Feed. Oh, hello, Mr. Aldrich. What's that, a safe? Mr. Aldrich, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I didn't hear you. Did you say you were looking for a safe? For your son? Oh, now I understand you. Oh, yes, indeed, we have a very small safe. It's only about 18 inches high. Borrow it? You mean take it away? But, Mr. Aldrich, it's cemented right into the wall.
Mary! Oh, Mary!
Henry, what are you dragging that dead bush into the house for?
Well, that's just what I started to tell you. You know that hat you have, Mary, with the roses on it?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm not asking you to let me do it myself because I might damage it. But I'm perfectly willing to let you do it. And I'll even give you a line of credit on the program.
If I do what?
Haven't I made it clear? All you have to do is very carefully take the roses off your hat and sort of tie them on this bush.
Why, Henry Aldrich, I won't do any such thing.
Well, which part is it you object to?
How do you think I'd feel when the curtain goes up and there's my hat spread all over a bush?
Henry, you want it on the telephone?
I am, Mother. Oh, boy, is this a day. I'll bet that's about the oysters.
The what?
The oysters. I've been having some trouble digging up some oysters for the second act. Hello?
Hello?
Is this the Centerville Fish Market?
What's that? Is this Henry?
Oh, gee whiz, is that you, Kathleen?
Henry, I told my mother about our dining room table, and she wants to ask you a couple questions.
Sure, Kathleen. I'd be glad to answer anything.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Now tell me, dear, just how did you plan to use our table?
Well, look, Mrs. Anderson, this fellow that's going to eat off it, his father helped settle the West, see?
The what?
The West.
Yes?
And his portrait hangs right over Homer's sideboard. I got the sideboard all right from Mrs. Lawson, and... oh, boy, it completely slipped my list.
What's the matter, Henry?
Do you have a mirror with cupids?
What's that?
A mirror with cupids on it to hang over a mantel.
No, I don't, Henry. Wouldn't just a plain mirror do?
Oh, no. Jimmy Bartlett has to stand in front of it and kiss Kathleen.
Kathleen? Jimmy Bartlett kisses Kathleen?
Yes, ma'am. Frankly, I'm not any too much in favor of that part myself. But the play calls for a mirror with cupids to be kissed under, and what can I do? My hands are tied.
Henry, I just happened to remember. Would a mirror with a deer head help?
With a what?
We have one with a gilt deer head carved at the top.
But no cupids? Gee, the only thing is... Tell me frankly, Mrs. Anderson, when you stand off at a distance, could you mistake the deer for a cupid?
What's that?
It has horns, hasn't it?
Yes.
Well, don't the horns spread out a little like wings?
Sam, I'm sorry to bother you down here at the office, but I simply got to have your help.
That's all right. I'm glad you dropped in. Alice, I think I have an idea that's going to solve the whole business.
Well, what is it, dear?
Why rent a safe that has to be hauled all the way up to the high school auditorium when they have steel lockers right in their own gymnasium?
Steel lockers?
All they have to do is move one of them on stage and have somebody in the art department paint a combination dial on it.
Now, Sam, a gymnasium locker. Why, when the students see it, they'll simply howl.
But, Alice, do you realize I haven't touched one bit of work all day? The only thing I've done is call people about safes.
Dear, that isn't any more than Henry's done. And, Sam, where am I going to find a gold-plated chandelier with old-fashioned gas lights on it?
What's that?
Dear, we must know someone in this town who owns a thing like that.
Alice, I'll do what I can to find a safe, but I put my foot down on a gold-plated gaslight chandelier.
Now listen, Henry, for the last time, I'm not going to eat them.
Homer, don't you realize that this is for the junior class play?
What if it is?
I'm not asking you to eat the oysters for me. I'm asking you to eat them for the junior class.
And I'm still not going to eat them. If I'd known a thing like this was going to happen, I'd have flunked a couple of courses and dropped into the sophomore class.
Homer, you don't have to eat the whole dozen oysters. Not even a half a dozen oysters. You just nibble at 2 or 3. You're rich. You can afford to throw some away.
Well, nobody will ever know I'm rich. Not if they see the dining room table you got me.
Homer, nobody's going to see it's made of sawhorses. I got a tablecloth purposely that comes right down to the floor.
Sure, and it looks like a bed. And I'll tell you one more thing, Henry. I'm not going to wear Prussian lamb.
It isn't Prussian lamb, Homer. It's Persian lamb. And that's a beautiful coat. My Aunt Harriet paid a lot of money for it.
Well, what's the difference? I come onto the stage wearing a woman's Persian lamb coat and a muff for a hat. They Sit down at a sawhorse and start to eat oysters that I can't stand. What kind of a millionaire do you think I am?
All right, Homer, all right. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down and write a letter of resignation to the junior class.
Henry, you're going to quit before you even get me some ketchup for my oysters? Or it's safe for me to keep my $1,000 in?
All right, Homer. So far as I'm concerned, you can keep your money in your pocket.
Henry, here's your rose bush. I've got it all fixed for you.
What's that? Mary, is that a rose bush?
Yes, of course it is.
Now listen, Mary, those are nothing but ordinary sweet peas.
Sure they are. Sure they are.
But who's going to notice from the last row?
From the last row? Who's going to sit there?
I am.
All I can say is, Mary, that's the last straw. That's the last straw.
Well, Henry, I'm not going to tear apart my very best hat with roses on it. Would you be any more pleased if I got out that old hat with cherries on it?
Cherries? Are they canned?
What's that?
I like canned cherries.
Homer, will you please tell me what place there is in the play where you eat cherries?
I could eat them instead of oysters.
Off my hat?
What's that? You've got a hat with oysters on it?
Well, so far as I'm concerned, I'm not even interested.
And I hope nobody thinks I'm interested. I'm going to resign.
Well, isn't anybody going to answer the phone?
Why should I answer the phone? As far as I'm concerned, the junior class can...
Oh, gee whiz, what kind of a house is this? Hello?
Is this Mr. Aldrich's residence?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Aldrich isn't here right now.
Well, about that safe he inquired about. Just what kind is it he wants?
That safe? Why, just a nice, good size. Well, you know. What kind have you got?
You want a single or a double door?
Gee whiz, you got one with a double door? That would be good. How big is it?
Isn't so big, 5 feet high, maybe?
Gee, that sounds swell.
It's got to be hauled up there, you know.
Sure, but we've got to have it. It's for a very rich man.
Yeah, well, then I guess he won't mind the cartage, will he?
Oh, no. Gee whiz, he's got $1,000 in his pocket. He's got to do something with it.
Okay, I'll get a crew on it right away.
Sam, I think the least you can do is go up to the high school and see that play tonight.
Alice, do you realize in 6 weeks my income tax will be due, and this is one of the few evenings I'm going to have free to get it straightened out?
Just the same, dear, it seems to me that when your own son is practically putting on a play single-handed...
Alice, where's the inkwell that's supposed to be on this desk?
The inkwell? Henry took it over to the auditorium. Homer has to sign a check.
Well, that's a fine thing. Just when I...
Mother?
Oh, Mary, did you get the rose bush finished before Henry left?
Yes, Mother. I made a lot of little rosebuds and tied them on with picture wire.
Really? You took them off your hat?
Oh, no, Mother. I just wired on radishes. They look beautiful.
Alice, did you notice what I did with my income tax papers?
Your tax papers? Where'd you put them?
I thought I put them right here on this desk. At least I started to.
Did you take them out of your briefcase, Father?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Well, my goodness, Sam, Henry took your briefcase.
He took it? My briefcase?
Dear, you told him the other day he could borrow it. Don't you remember? There's a place in the play where Homer has to take a will out and read it.
And he's going to read my income tax right after the audience?
Well, Sam, if you hurry, you may be able to catch him over to Anderson's. He's going to stop there and pick up a mirror with a deer.
A what with a... Alice, you phone the Andersons, and if Henry's there, tell them to hold him. I'll be right over.
Or can't you just see Mr. Aldrich taking it literally on the run to recover those income tax papers? What I'd like to see, though, is some of you making fast tracks to your groceries tomorrow morning for Postum, because that grand mealtime drink is really something special. The aroma alone would make that evident. It's such a grand aroma. It says so plainly, come and get a swell drink, folks. And when you taste Postum, you find it actually exceeds your expectations in delicious goodness. It's not only lusty and rich and full-bodied, but definitely distinctive as well. That means you mustn't expect Postum to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. Postum is an entirely different drink that will quickly have all those numerous taste buds of yours fairly jumping with delight. So if you're not already acquainted, get acquainted with Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Mr. Aldrich has just discovered that Henry, without realizing it, has taken his briefcase containing income tax papers for Homer to use in the school play. As the scene opens, Mr. Aldrich is ringing the Anderson front doorbell.
Hello there, Mr. Aldrich.
Good evening, Mrs. Anderson. Is Henry here? I want to speak to him.
No, I'm awfully sorry. Henry left here nearly 10 minutes ago. He picked up a mirror, and he was going over to pick up something at the Lawsons.
At the Lawsons? Thank you very much.
Is there anything I can do for you?
No, thanks. I just want to catch up with him.
Who was it, Mother?
Just Mr. Aldrich, dear.
Really? What was it he wanted?
He didn't say. Evidently, he's trying to catch up with Henry so we can help him carry some of those things.
Shall I tell Father we're almost ready to start? The play begins at 8:30, and I have to be there early.
I'm sorry, Kathleen, but your father isn't going to the play.
He isn't?
In fact, your father isn't even speaking to me, dear.
Why not?
You must know the truth, Kathleen. He resents our giving up his deer head.
His what?
That mirror Henry took with a deer head on it.
Oh, that awful thing he gave you on your 10th anniversary?
Mrs. Anderson, Kathleen, are you here?
Yes, Henry, what's the matter?
Did I leave a briefcase here?
A briefcase? Oh, my goodness. Oh, here it is, right on the hall table, Henry.
Gee, was that a close shave? I was just leaving the Lawsons when I discovered I'd lost it. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. We regret very much that there will be a slight delay in starting the play tonight. But due to the fact that a safe has gotten stuck between the second and third floor windows, well, there will be a slight delay. And I've been asked to assure you by Miss Eggleston, our faculty advisor, that we'll begin as soon as the men have figured out what the matter is. Thank you.
Listen, I saw the whole thing.
Homer, will you please step back and let me get into the wings here?
I saw the whole thing, Henry, and you wait.
You saw what whole thing?
What you had printed on the program. Look, right here. The oysters that are eaten by Homer Brown in Act 2 are by courtesy of the Centerville Fish Market.
Homer, we had to give them some credit, didn't we?
Well, Centerville Fish Market or no Centerville Fish Market, I'm not going to eat them.
Homer, will you please stand back? The audience can see your costume.
And that's another thing. The darn buffalo robe. The darn buffalo robe that you found in your attic.
You're going to wear your father's raincoat over it, aren't you? That buffalo robe just looks like a very good line.
And I suppose you think I didn't notice the roses. Radishes. Here I am, a millionaire, and I'm ashamed to walk into my own dining room.
Okay, Homer, okay. Then you go ahead and run the show yourself from here on.
You mean you're going to resign again?
I might, Homer. I might very easily resign.
But Henry...
Homer, what's the matter with Henry?
Kathleen, I was just standing here talking to him about... He's so darn sensitive. Listen, Kathleen, is my mustache on straight?
It's on straight, but couldn't you have gotten a better one, Homer?
What's the matter with it? I paid a dime for it.
My goodness, they had some nice ones for 15 cents.
15 cents? Do you think I'm a millionaire? What's that you've got in your hand?
My egg beater.
Oh, boy, where's my briefcase? Where's my briefcase? Oh, here it is.
Do you have to use that?
Sure, don't you know I take my will out and stand there looking at it for a minute and then get mad and tear it up?
Oh, yes.
And that reminds me, where's my will? Where's my will?
Isn't there anything in the briefcase?
Oh, sure, here's some papers. Well, I've got to give Henry credit for that. He remembered to get one thing right for me.
Hello?
Hello, is this Harriet Breyer?
Yes?
Harriet, this is Sam Aldrich. Is Henry there?
Henry? Oh, why, he was here half an hour ago. He borrowed 12 oyster forks.
Where was he going from there? To the school?
No, to the Centerville Fish Market and then to the school.
That's all I wanted to know. Goodbye.
How's it going, Henry? How's it going?
You were fine, Kathleen, but boy, Homer.
But the audience is liking it.
That isn't Homer's fault, though. He's forgotten his lines 4 times. And when he took his coat off, he forgot the buffalo robe, and it stayed pinned around his neck.
My goodness.
Look at him out there. He looks like a bear.
Henry!
Gee whiz, Father, are you allowed to come backstage?
Where's my briefcase?
I haven't forgotten it, Father. And boy, have you noticed what a mess Homer's making of things? He keeps calling it a radish bush.
Henry, where is the briefcase?
We've got it, Father. There's nothing to worry about. And do you know what Homer did with the oysters? Instead of eating them, he slipped them in his pocket.
Henry, where's the briefcase?
Right out there on the stage. Homer's got it.
With my income tax papers?
Oh, gee whiz. Is that your income tax he's reading?
Henry, when does he bring them off?
Bring them off? Well, he doesn't. He tears them up and throws them in the fireplace.
Henry, walk out there on the stage and get those papers.
Why? Oh, no, Father. In front of all those people?
Henry, for the last time, I have to have those papers.
Well, look, Father, I'll try to whistle to him. Oh, gee whiz, I'm so excited I can't even whistle.
Look out.
Father, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to get them.
And now I am going to destroy this will and cut my daughter off for life.
Homer Brown.
Gee whiz, Mr. Aldrich.
Homer, give me those papers.
Who, me? I've got to tear them. They're my will.
Give them to me.
But, Mr. Aldrich, this is my big scene.
Let go of them.
Hey, Mr. Aldrich, wait a minute. Oh, gee whiz, there goes the darn deer mirror.
Will you have some bacon, Sam?
No, thank you.
Well, you certainly haven't eaten much breakfast, dear.
I've eaten all the breakfast I care to, thank you.
Now, Sam, you can't go through life being upset over a little thing like last night.
I am not upset. I was just wondering how it would be if I gave up my practice here in town and opened an office in Abbott City.
Now, Sam, I'm sure nobody even noticed you.
No.
Mother?
Yes, Mary?
Mother, I've been thinking. And don't you suppose we could move to Abbott City or someplace where people don't know Father?
Mary, please go out in the kitchen and make me some more toast.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course.
Father!
Henry, I don't think your father wants to talk to you right now.
Mother, the man that hauled the safe for Father just called and said that due to the fact it was easier to get it down than up, the return trip will only be $22.
What's that?
I'll answer the phone.
Sam, here's a review.
A review?
Of the play in the morning paper. Listen. One of the most hilarious evenings this town has ever enjoyed took place in the Centerville High School auditorium last evening. The highlight was the guest performance of Samuel Aldrich, prominent local attorney.
What's that?
Who made his entrance in what was erroneously listed on the program as a wealthy gentleman's dining room. The scene was actually on the Western Plains, and when Mr. Aldrich caught the buffalo single-handed, wrestled with it, and threw it into the cave with the double doors, the audience went wild.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
Remember, friends, Postum comes in two forms. For those of you who like your drink made instantly, there's Instant Postum, which you make right in your cup by just adding boiling water. And for those who like to use pot, percolator, or drip maker, there's Postum. Both forms have the same enticing Postum flavor. So no matter which you choose, you'll enjoy one of America's great mealtime drinks. Postum.
Homer, do you think this letter is clear enough?
What letter, Henry? What letter?
I'm sending a copy to each one of the 7 people that loaned us one of their table leaves.
Oh.
It says, Dear Mrs. So-and-so, this is to thank you for loaning us your leaf. But due to a slight mix-up, will you please have your husband come to the school auditorium Monday morning with either a leaf that matches or some part of your dining room table so that we can eliminate this little confusion.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. And this is Dan Seymour saying, your host tonight is Postum. And Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
When it comes to music, millions say, Tommy Dorsey! You're right on the beam. It's the Tommy Dorsey Show, rebroadcast by the Special Service Division. For all all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, it's that sentimental gentleman, Tommy Dorsey, with his trombone and his orchestra.
Say, Truman, how'd you like to visit the set and watch the shooting?
Oh, that I would, Tommy. Who's the camera trained on this time?
Skip Nelson. He's got a pair of pipes all set for some sound on film. It's I'll Find You.
Where there is sunshine forever, I'll find you. Where there's no sorrow, no never, I'll find you. Where the moon sprinkles her beams into a blanket of dreams, where there is nothing but heavenly scenes, where there's a scent of sweet flowers, I'll find you. Where we can dream away hours, just we two. Where there is hope, there is love. Where there is love, there is peace. Where golden dreams all come true, there I'll find you.
You let other women make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some of them and do like they do. Hey, get out of here. Hey, give me some money too. Get me some money right. You're sitting around wondering what to do all about it. If you ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do, like they do? Hey, get out of here. Hey, give me some money too. If you had to pay $20 years ago, you wouldn't be wandering out from door to door. Why don't you do right like some other men do, like they do? Get out of here. Hey, give me some money. Get me some money, honey. I don't want no part of you. A heat wave, a tropical heat wave. The temperature's rising, it isn't surprising, she really can dance. Yeah, man, she started a heat wave by letting her feet wave. And in such a way that the customers say that she certainly can. Yeah, man, gee, wait until you see how the mercury jumps up to 93. Yes, sirree, we're having a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. Oh, the temperature's rising, and it's surprising, she surely can dance. Yeah, man,
Nelson sings Love in Bloom.
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh no, it isn't the trees, it's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into my room? Oh no, it isn't the spring, it's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, you planted a seed, and this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the bloom? You know it isn't the dream, it's love in bloom.
look in your eyes.
It started all
Over again, the thrill we can never disguise.
the day that we parted, so broken-hearted, will never return again. Dreams I've delayed, promises made, but starting anew.
Just for you.
It started all
Over again, the moment I held you so tight.
It started all
Over again, when we kissed away the night till dawn's early light.
Now we're together, sweethearts forever. We'll furnish a cottage for two. It started all
Over again,
the moment I
looked at you.
together, sweethearts forever. We'll furnish a cottage for two. It started all over again. The moment I looked at you.
It's Duke Ellington's new tune with Tommy Dorsey's new thrush, the beauteous Betty Brewer, and Don't Get Around Much Anymore.
Mr. Saturday dance, heard they crowded the floor, couldn't bear it without you, don't get around much anymore. The club got as far as the door. They'd have asked me about you. Don't get around much anymore. Oh, darling, I guess my mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, why stir up memories, been invited on days, might have gone, but what for? Awfully different without you, don't get around much anymore.
Tommy, from Camp Santa Anita Ordnance Training Center, here is Private Johnny Fresco.
Hello, Private Fresco. Say, Johnny, have you been in long enough to tell us what goes at Santa Anita?
What goes isn't horse racing, Tommy. Nowadays, a soldier is a soldier from the day he arrives at camp.
Well, please continue, Private Fresco.
Well, the personnel at Santa Anita deals with all supplies and material for fighting. First as a soldier, then as soldier technicians, and then as a team of specialists. We handle everything from 22 cartridge to a 16-inch rifle shell. as well as food and clothing.
Johnny, I can't figure out your accent. Where you from?
I'm from Holland, Tommy.
Well, that's solid. You know, Johnny, we usually have a little jam session about this time of night. Would you like to join us in our little clam bake?
Oh, I certainly would.
Well, then it's Private Johnny Fresco, ladies and gentlemen, in his own arrangement of Stardust. Take it, John.
for you, I feel that it's true somehow. Can't you see that cabin in the sky? Maybe an acre or two of heavenly blue to fly. We will be oh so gay, eat fried chicken every day as the angels go sailing by. That is why my heart is flying high, baby, 'cause I know we'll have a cabin in the sky.
Tommy Dorsey Show was brought to you, men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Men sat tensely on their horses, concealed by the sagebrush which fringed the mountain trail. Between their low-pulled hat brims and the handkerchief which disguised their faces, their eyes glittered with anticipation as they watched a stagecoach racing toward them along the winding path. Then they slid their 6 guns from their holsters and primed them for sudden death.
Won't be long now, Blackie.
Not the way Pop Collier's driving them horses.
I think the old coot'd have more sense than to run a 6-in-hand through the mountains at that speed. He'll liable to break his neck.
Yeah, I wish he would. Then it'd be a cinch to take the gold. But that hombre's traveled this trail too long. He knows every bend, rock, and hump in it.
Not this trip, Blackie.
You're right, Colt. This time he's due for a surprise. If them boulders we blasted on the trail don't stop him, why, nothing will.
They'll stop him. That ornery old maverick's given us the slip once too often. But with the road blocked, he can't get away.
I don't know. There's still some space between the edge of the trail and that tree.
Don't be a fool. That gap's too small for the stage. If he tries to squeeze through that, he'll crash for sure.
Well, we'll soon know. Here he comes.
Come on. We'll cut in on him from behind.
Get up, Dick. Get up, boy. Get up. Hey, Colt, the stage ain't stopping. It's heading for that gap.
The old fool, he'll never make it.
Rein up. He's going to crash. Oh, there.
Seen some sights in my time, Blackie, but never one to beat that.
Yeah. Ooh, the old man sure had plenty of nerve. Suppose he's still alive?
If he is, he must be made of iron. Come on, let's get the gold.
Get up, boy.
Come on.
Get on it.
Ooh, my hand, he drilled me.
The old cuss, he's got more lives than a cat.
He's barricaded behind the stage, Blackie. We haven't got a chance.
Yeah, doggone him. He ain't keeping the gold from us this time.
Don't wing me. Come on, let's clear out of here. Get up, boy. Come on. Get up.
Ben Mallory, district superintendent of the Overland Express stage line, sat behind his office desk and shrewdly surveyed the two youths who stood before him. They were Paul and Tad Collier, the veteran driver's sons.
So you think you can handle a 6 in hand, huh?
Yes, sir. We know he can.
Kind of young, ain't you? Takes plenty of muscle and a cool head to handle an overland stage. Them horses have a mind of their own, you know. There's no telling who'll be waiting on the trail to waylay you.
I can handle the horses, Mr. Mallory. Paul taught me how to drive.
No highwayman better step in front of the stage I'm guarding, because Paul taught me how to shoot.
Your pa was one of the best stage drivers the Overland ever had.
He was the best dad a man ever had, too.
Pop Collier could be alive today if he wanted to. All he had to do when he saw the road was blocked was to stop and surrender the gold.
Pa always said he'd die sooner than surrender to outlaws any freight he was toting.
Your pa was a man of his word, son. It was a crash that killed him when he tried to escape them by risking a run between the boulders and a tree. When we got to him, he was still alive, sitting guard over a case of gold with a 6-gun in his hand.
He went down fighting, didn't he, Mr. Mallory?
He sure did, son. Told me he nicked one of the crooks in the hand and heard the other one called Blackie. Well, someday we'll catch up with them coyotes. And when we do...
That's one reason why Paul and me want to share the driver's seat of one of your stagecoaches, Mr. Mallory. Maybe we'll meet up with Pa's killers.
I see.
You can depend on us, and Pa always hoped we carry on where he left off.
How does your ma feel about it?
Well, she's all for it. She was mighty proud of Pa.
I don't wonder. Handling an overland stage is a big responsibility, kids. You carry a lot of valuable cargo. Sometimes gold, sometimes silver. And along the worst stretch of wilderness that ever invited highwaymen.
We'll be ready for him.
In wet weather, the trail is slippery in most places and downright dangerous in some. And the streams you have to ford are flooded.
We know the risks.
And whatever happens, you can't stop. You keep going. Day and night, rain or heat, outlaws or Indians. The stage must get through.
Our stage will get through.
You bet it will. Just give us the chance.
It's heartbreaking, back-breaking work, lads. But there's one feeling you'll never forget. That's when you make your first run and know the lonesomeness and the troubles of the trail. And then watch them sick, struggling, straining horses pull into Sutter's Mill while you'll turn over your reins to the next man. You'll feel you've done something. And by heaven, you will have.
Well, then, you will give Ted and me a chance?
You'll get the chance, lads. Report to me Monday.
We'll be here, won't we, Paul?
You won't be sorry, Mr. Mallory. We're going to be the best driver and guard the Overland ever had in these parts.
If you're half as good as your pa, you'll be plenty good enough for me.
That's the way to handle them, Paul. Can you control them horses clear into town?
I'm sure I can. I'm almost ready to drive a stage by myself, Pete.
Most ready. Well, I should smile. You handle them critters most as good as your pa.
How about me, Pete? Am I good enough now to be a guard?
Well, you show me, Tad.
All right. Wait a minute now. There, see that rattler over there?
Yeah? Well, doggone if you didn't drill him clean as a whistle.
A few days after Paul and Tad Collier began a regular run with the Overland stage as full-fledged driver and guard, a boy astride an all-white colt sought shelter from a hard-driving rain. He was Dan Reed, nephew of the Lone Ranger.
There's the light in those woods up ahead, Victor. Must be coming from a cabin. Maybe we'll find shelter there till the storm blows over, huh? Kind of a funny place for anybody to live, though. Getting away in the trees like that. Unless outlaws are hiding out there. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Come on, Victor boy. Come on, get up there. Oh, Victor, ain't up there, boy. Oh, we're pretty close to the cabin. Reckon I'd better investigate on foot before we... That's funny. We're standing in front of the cabin, completely saddled. Get quiet, boy. We don't want to be seen just yet. Oh, there's a window open. Let's see what sort they are.
I tell you, Blackie, this time we can't miss.
Yeah, that's what you said the last time we waylaid the stage. We didn't get the gold.
This is different. Pop Collier ain't handling the run now, just his kids. They ought to make it a cinch for us to grab the freight.
Well, guess again. I heard one of them kids is a dead shot.
You ain't heard my plan.
I'm listening.
Paul and Tad Collier will be making the run from Sutter's Mill to Rocky Point this afternoon with a cargo consisting wholly of gold.
Colt, we can't tackle that stage.
Why not?
Because a full cargo of gold is too heavy for us. We need more men to carry it off. And I'm not trusting more than just the two of us.
That's where my plan comes in, Blackie.
What do you mean?
I figure to make the kids freight that gold where we want it to go.
Just for the asking, huh? Or do you figure it out got 'em?
Neither. I figured out smart 'em.
How?
Kid's ma lives in Rocky Point. They're mighty fond of the old lady. I reckon they'd do most anything to prevent anything from happening to her.
You mean kidnap the old lady?
Why not? And we can make the kids drive us and the gold wherever we want to go.
Yeah. Maybe you got something after all.
It's as tight as a drum, I tell you. We'll make a fortune out of that haul.
Hey, wait a minute. What happens after? When the kids and them all return to town? They'll set the law on us.
Who said anything about their returning to town?
Yeah, that's the ticket. We've already got a noose waiting for us for Pop Collier's death. So why not take care of the whole family? They can't hang us more than once.
They'll have to catch us first, Blackie. Now bend an ear.
Oh, I've got to move out of here fast. Steady, boy. Come on, Victor, we've got to get to the Lone Ranger. Come on, boy, get up here. Come on.
Sometime later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto, camped in an arroyo a few miles from Sutter's Mill, listened to the staccato beat of approaching hoofs.
Someone's in a mighty big hurry, Tonto.
Maybe him have trouble. Need help?
Perhaps. Whatever it is, it must be important, or he wouldn't race his horse in this slippery mud.
Oh, rain, leave it plenty dangerous. Make mist, too. Can't see.
No, I wonder.
What you think?
Dan's been gone a long time, Kimosabe. Might be.
Come on, Victor!
It is Dan.
Maybe him find trouble. In plenty big hurry.
Oh, Victor, oh, boy, oh.
What is it, Dan? What's happened?
Nothing yet. But something will unless we get to Rocky Point before the outlaws do.
What outlaws?
The men who laid the boulder trap where the stage driver was killed.
Pop Collier?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard them talking about it in the cabin in the woods. They're going to kidnap Miss Collier.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Then they'll be able to hold up the stagecoach driven by her sons and make them surrender the gold in order to save her life.
Crook's got plenty smart schemes.
Saddle the horses, Tonto. We'll have to ride fast to overtake the outlaws before they reach Rocky Point.
We ride like wind. Crook's between us and town. Them got plenty big start.
Help me break camp, Dan.
You bet. Golly, I hope we can save Mrs. Collier. The outlaws plan to kill her later. And her sons, too.
This is the house, Blackie.
Let's hope the old lady's home. Come on.
Lucky she lives on the edge of town. We can sneak her back to the cabin without being seen.
Yeah. Nobody'd think you're looking for her under the hay in that wagon we stole.
Button up. Here's the door. I'll lock.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the glove you wear on that hand?
Huh? Oh, guess I must have forgotten to put it in my pocket.
Someday you'll forget once too often, Colt, and find a noose around your neck.
It ain't that dangerous.
No. Everybody knows Pop Collier nicked the hand of one of the men who trapped him. And if they ever get a gander at that hand of yours with 2 fingers missing...
Nobody can tell when I wear this glove. Missing fingers are stuffed with cotton.
Then why don't you wear it?
I'm wearing it now, ain't I? Cut the gab. We got a job to do.
Here she comes.
Yes? What can I do for you?
We'd like to speak with you a minute, ma'am.
Well, glory be, go ahead. Who in tarnation's stopping you?
No, you don't savvy. What we got to say is best said inside.
Yeah, you see, we got a message for you from your sons.
Paul and Tad? Why, they're in Sutter's Mill getting ready for the run to Rocky Point.
Well, we know it. We left Sutter's Mill ourselves this morning so as we could deliver the message before the stage arrives.
Well, what is it? Land's sake, speak up. Cat got your tongues?
Well, if we could just step inside.
Oh, all right. Come on in. Glory be. Never saw so much fuss made over a message in all my born days.
Close the door, Blackie.
Blackie. That's the name of one of the men who murdered my husband.
You don't say.
There were two of them, just like there are two of you.
Maybe we're the same two, Ma.
Then you are the killers. I can see it in your eyes. Here, let me go.
No, you don't.
Oh.
A little quieter till we're ready to silence her for keeps.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was some time later when the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan reined in their mounts and raced up the path to Mrs. Collier's house.
Oh, golly. I hope we got here before the outlaws.
No one answer.
Yeah, we'll try the door. It's unlocked. Come on. Mrs. Collier. Mrs. Collier, are you home?
Gosh, she doesn't answer. Do you suppose maybe we're...
You look here.
Signs of a struggle.
Golly, will you look at this?
What is it, Dan?
A man's glove, but... Hey, two of the fingers are stuffed with cotton.
That plenty strange.
Hop Collier told the sheriff he shot one of the outlaws in the hand. It looks as if you were right about the two you overheard being the killers, Dan.
That explains missing fingers.
Can you find your way back to that cabin?
I'm sure I can.
Good. Come on.
What me do?
You're going with Dan Kimosabe. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, you'll find Mrs. Collier in the outlaw's hideout.
Aren't you coming with us?
Steady, big fella. No, Dan. I'll ride ahead and intercept the stage. That way, we're bound to meet up with the killers.
That's right.
We'll join forces later. Adios. Come on, Silver.
Come on, Victor.
Oh, Silver!
Two men crouched on the bough of a tree which overhung the mountain pass. Through the leafy branches which concealed them, they watched the approach of the overland stage.
Ready, Blackie?
Yeah, we'll jump when it passes directly underneath us.
You take care of Tad. I'll handle Paul.
Here it comes.
Outlaws, I'll get him. Whoa there, pull up, boy. Whoa.
Reach her, I'll drill you, you low-down crooks. He knocked the gun out of my hand, Colt. Grab it.
I got it, Blackie. No, you haven't. I've got him covered, Paul.
Did you hear what this one is called? Blackie. That's the name of one of the outlaws who killed Paul.
That's not all. Take a look at the other one's hand. Remember, Paul said he nicked one of them there.
We've met up with them already. The men who killed him.
The yellow-livered skunks. I've a mind to drill him right now.
Yeah, not so fast, kid. First, you better listen to what we've got to say.
Anything you have to say, you can say to the sheriff. We're taking you to a hang noose.
Yeah, do that, and you'll never see your ma again.
What do you mean?
Tell him, Colt.
Your ma's a prisoner, kid. Tied and gagged where you'll never find her.
Why, you dirty...
She ain't been harmed. She won't be, providing you do what we say. Don't, and she'll die of starvation and thirst.
What do you want us to do?
Drive the stage where we tell you to. And no tricks.
They mean to take the gold from us, Tad.
Oh, that's right smart of you. Now pick up them reins and start moving. Branch off the trail at the slope. We're heading south.
Yeah. Me and Blackie are signing on as passengers. Play along with us, kid, and you'll be able to take your ma home with you, live and well. Might even give you some of the gold to boot.
You snakes. You won't get away with
We'll
this.
be the judge of that. You two just follow orders. The order is, shut up and drive.
Get up there. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Steady, boys, steady. Whoa, whoa. Wagon tracks going off the road. Looks like the outlaws got to the stage before we did, big fella. Come on, Silver. We're heading south.
2 miles more in this direction, kid, then we'll turn.
Is that where you're holding, Ma?
You'll find out about your ma after you've taken us where we want to go. Just keep driving.
It's risky business driving the stage through this country. It's nothing but wilderness, tangles, sagebrush, and poisonous water.
Another county heard from.
That's right. It's dangerous for the horses. If one of them falls and breaks a leg, we'll be marooned without food or anything.
Keep driving and shut up.
Use that whip a little. Get these horses moving.
I reckon you two don't know this country very well. If you did, you wouldn't risk overtaxing the horses.
We'll overtax them.
Here, give me that whip.
I'll get some speed out of these cayuses if it kills them.
Say, if you don't stop whipping those
Shut
horses...
up, kid. Maybe you're forgetting what might happen to your ma.
You fool. If anything happens to those horses, we'll be trapped in this wilderness.
Won't that be too bad? Lay on the whip, Blackie.
Hey, who's that coming?
All right. He's beating you two at your own game.
Don't be so flip, kid. If we don't get this gold back to camp, you and your brother will be the ones who suffer.
Give him the reins, Blackie. We'll drill the masked man while the stage keeps going.
All right. That's what you want.
Oh, wing me!
Blasted me, shot my gun away.
Pull up those horses.
Whoa, horses. Whoa, pull up there. Whoa.
Keep your hands up, all of you.
Now, see here, stranger. This is a stick-up.
Why have you left the trail?
Well,
He's a hold-up man. Get him.
Not so fast.
I'll shoot you. Oh, my arm!
Want some more gunplay?
Hold on.
Drop your gun.
I will. Don't shoot again.
Oh, my arm's busted.
Now put that stage back on the trail.
For a masked man?
You'd go a long way to save the life of your mother, wouldn't you, Collier?
What?
You know?
Yes.
Is Ma all right? Where is she?
If you want to see her again, you better turn on this masked hombre and listen to us. Maybe you don't savvy the situation, stranger.
How much do you know?
I know these men kidnapped your mother in the hope you'd take the gold on this stage where they wanted you to.
Oh, yeah.
It happened that their hideout is known.
Then Ma's safe?
My friends have gone to get her.
Yeah? But being as you're so smart, maybe you can guess where the old woman's been hid. Your friends will tell you that she ain't where you think she is.
We'll see about that when you two are landed in jail. Now drive ahead. I'll ride alongside.
Mister, if something happens to Ma because
Get
of
going.
this, me and Ted will get you. Get along there. Come on, get up. Get up there.
As the stage, with the masked man riding alongside, drew near the town, Dan Reed approached, riding hard.
Rein up, Collier!
Tonto sent me to meet you.
What is it, Dan?
We went to the cabin.
Yes?
There was no one there.
Wait, not so loud.
Yeah, you hear that? They didn't find your Ma.
Get your hands up. Cover him, Tad.
I got him. Now, you with the mask, you've done enough. We're going back where we came from. Ma's worth more than all the gold a dozen stages could tote. We're doing what these two told us to do.
Oh, Ted, you won't find your mother that way. Can't you understand that when these crooks have what they want, they'll kill her? They won't let her live to swear out a warrant for them.
Oh, sure we will, Collier. We'll clear out of these parts.
They won't risk their necks. Make them prove your mother's alive right now. Perhaps they've already killed her.
Well, if that's the case...
We know she won't live if we don't play along, Paul.
That's right. You start riding, mister, and take that kid along with you. We're playing this our own way. Get up there.
They're leaving.
Keeping you covered, mister. Make a move to follow us, and it'll be your last.
Let them go, Dan.
Golly, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did.
Where's Tonto?
He said he'd try to find a trail. Try to find where they took the lady.
He started from the outlaw's place?
No, he headed for the Collier house. He said he'd start from there.
I see. All right. Come on. Follow me, Dan. Come on, Silver.
Oh, Silver, oh, boy. Whoa.
Easy. Tonto, are you having any success?
It's slow work. Rain, wash out tracks. Maybe take long time to follow trail. Where Dan?
He's coming. I rode ahead. We can't risk the life of that woman. We've got to find her as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the harder it'll be to get those crooks.
Fella take woman in wagon. Wagon got 4 horse. Plenty heavy.
4 horses?
Hideout all cleaned out. Everything gone.
And they mean to leave this part of the country. They loaded all their supplies in a wagon. They'll have that wagon waiting to carry the gold they plan to steal. That means that... Tonto, never mind following that trail.
We not go after woman?
I think I know of a shortcut. Come on, we'll meet Dan.
Come on, Silver. Get him up the scout.
How much farther do you want us to go?
Just keep going. We'll tell you when you're there.
Blackie, if you and Colt are figuring on a double...
Oh, dry up. I ain't in the mood to listen.
Yeah, you needn't complain, Cole. I'm the critter with a bullet in my arm.
What's that shack ahead of us?
That's where we're heading.
That where Ma is?
Yeah.
There's one more job for you. You'll switch your cargo to our wagon, then we'll leave you.
Drive around to the rear. Our wagon's waiting there.
Oh, boys. Hold. Steady.
Where is she?
Move the gold over first.
We don't do a thing till you show us that Ma's all right.
Yeah, hold on, then. Let me get out of the stage. Your Ma's tied up. She's under the straw in that wagon of ours.
You left her there? Why, you did... Let me get there. She's been hurt. We'll have a showdown right now.
Not so fast, kid. Remember, we still got guns on you.
I'll help you, Paul.
Yeah. Ma.
Here, get that gag out of her mouth. I'll cut the ropes.
Ma, are you all right?
Oh, son, thank goodness you came. I'm all right.
Now then, move that gold and hurry it up.
Son, don't do it. Don't touch it. The crooks, they won't let us live anyway. We can tell too much about them.
They said they'd let us go.
We said we'd return your ma. All right, we've done so. That squares it.
Why, you...
Oh.
Coyote.
Oh, you're hurt bad.
No.
That's just a start. Now hop fast and we'll do some practice shooting.
Oh, Blackie.
Who fired that shot?
Over there. Look.
Come on, Silver.
Why, it's a masked man, the white horse.
And an Indian.
Where'd he come from? How'd he find out?
Gun coat. Governor, you got the same as Blackie.
Don't shoot.
I'll take him.
Good work, Paul. I'll get Blackie.
Oh, wait. I'm helping.
And stand still, you snake.
Oh, Silver. Whoa. Easy.
Is she all right?
Yes, but she wouldn't have been if you hadn't shown up.
Can you take charge of them?
You bet we can. And I guess with the evidence we have now, the both of them will hang.
And Paul will be avenged after all.
You bet he will, Tad.
Stay with them, Tonto. I'll go back and meet Dan.
Power will be avenged, and so will the Overland Express.
All right, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Hi-yo, Silver. Hi!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
It's the Frontline Theater. Today, starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, and as our special guest of honor, Noble Sissel and his orchestra. This is Ken Niles welcoming you once again to the Frontline Theater, brought to you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department. This is your theater, and every performance in it is presented especially for you, the men fighting with the United Nations on freedom's front line. We present one of the pictures of the year, Woman of the Year. It's a movie which broke all records when it played at Radio City Music Hall in New York, and the stars of the picture are here to send the story across the airwaves to you. Here's Woman of the Year with Hollywood stars Katharine Hepburn as Tess Harding and Spencer Tracy as Sam Craig. This is the story of a career woman who placed her career ahead of everything else until she lost her husband but Sam Craig will tell you just what happened.
I don't imagine I have to tell you who Tess Harding is. A girl that's a famous radio commentator with a syndicated newspaper column is almost public property. Number 2 outstanding woman in the country, next to Mrs. Roosevelt, when all this started. And I guess it wouldn't have started if she hadn't done a guest appearance on one of those radio quiz shows. She certainly knew all the answers that night. History, politics, international law, until a question on sports popped up.
What is the most frequently run distance in American athletics? Miss Harding?
That stumped her all right. One of the other experts answered it.
90 feet. Correct. 90 feet, Miss Harding, is the distance between home plate and first base. Thousands of men and boys run it every day.
Really? Seems like a frightful waste of energy, doesn't it?
What would you suggest? Should we abolish baseball for the duration?
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea.
Oh, now look here. I'm afraid that's all we have time for tonight. While I'm computing this evening's score.
Now, that made me sort of mad, I guess. You see, I write a column, too. Man About Sports by Sam Craig. Same paper as Tess Harding, as a matter of fact, though we'd never met. The sports department is way up on the 5th floor. Anyway, next morning I let her have it. I wrote, Miss Harding, when it comes to baseball, is the Calamity Jane of the Fast International set. And my column must have touched her nerve, too, because she up and answered in hers.
Mr. Sam Craig, in this global emergency, must best be described as an ostrich with amnesia.
Miss Harding might remember what the Duke of Wellington said about sports. He gave out that Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton.
Mr. Craig cites Wellington's observation to demonstrate, no doubt, that he was once exposed to grammar school history course.
Tess Harding is so busy telling people what to do, she probably never takes time to get out and meet some of them. If she just... Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Clayton. Okay, yes, sir, I'll be right down. The boss, no less.
I thought the best thing to do was to get you both in here. This paper can't afford any intramural scraps. Besides, it's getting to the point where... Sam, you'd better look at me while I'm talking, not Miss Harding.
Yes, sir.
Well, how about it? You ready to kiss and make up?
I'll kiss. I don't know about making up.
You, Tess? You willing to quit?
Well, sure. I'm always willing to quit when I'm losing.
Now, you know you can't stay mad at a girl like that. Especially when she's in her 20s and sort of pretty. All right, she's very pretty. I followed her out of Clayton's office, and the first thing I knew, I was trying to make a date. I had to go to the ballpark anyway. It was the last game of the series, and I asked her if maybe she'd like to come along. And can you imagine? She did. You get the best view, you see, from these press boxes. Are you comfortable?
Yeah, thanks, very.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Phil. That's Phil. He's on the Chronicle, too.
Oh, you mean our paper sends two men to cover just this one baseball game?
Why not? It's a World Series. Well, here they go. Now, you see the Cards are up first, and when they make 3 outs, that's the inning. See, and then the Yankees come to bat.
I see, and then they've got to make 3 outs.
That's right. And each team has 9 innings.
Uh-huh. But wouldn't it always come out even if each team makes the same number of outs?
No. You see, an out is, it's an out. The final score depends on the runs made in between the outs. Now, here comes the first St. Louis batter. Now, he's got to hit the ball and get as far around the bases as possible.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets all around the bases, that's a run for his team.
Mm-hmm. He's got to hit the ball.
Yeah. Unless the pitcher makes him miss, of course.
Yeah, which one is the pitcher?
He's the fellow in the middle. Now, watch the batter. He missed.
1 out.
No. That's a strike. He gets 2 more.
Why?
Well, because... I don't know. Just because he does. Are you kidding me?
Well, how could that be a strike? He didn't even swing at it.
No, well, he doesn't have to, you see. As long as it's over the plate between his knees and his shoulders.
Oh, why doesn't the batter stoop down and fool the pitcher?
Because he does. Look now. Maybe you better not get too much in one dose. I'll sort of ration it out as we go along.
Come on, Joe! Come on! 2 on and 2 out of the ninth, and the Cards 2 runs ahead. Boy, a homer would win the game, wouldn't it?
Nothing less.
What's funny?
Nothing. You're wonderful.
Of course, didn't you know?
I wasn't sure till now. I guess I had you mixed up with some other girl. Your name is,
Harding, Tessie Harding.
Yeah, I'm glad to know you, Tessie. Call me Sam.
A hit! It's a hit!
Yeah, it might be that homer. No, it hit the top of the fence.
2 men coming in. Come on, Joe!
Slide, Joe. Hit the dust.
We win.
No. Wait a minute.
What is it?
He's out at home. It's the end of the inning.
Then the score's tied.
Like a wet shoelace.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, we almost won. Come on, I have to hurry.
Wait a minute. The game's not over yet.
Isn't over. You said 9 innings.
Yeah, but you see, in case of a tie, they play on until somebody wins.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Really, I am, but I've got a broadcast. I'm late already. You don't have to come. You stay here if you want to.
No.
Oh, I should think you'd want to go.
I don't want to go. Well, I couldn't let you tackle the subway alone. Come on. Well, that was our first date. And for a while, I was afraid it might be our last. Every time I tried to drag Tess out, she was up to her ears in teletypes or long-distance phones or foreigners. She spoke 8 languages, I think. All of them were pretty much Greek to me, but... So I was mighty surprised when she called me up one day. She had to go to Washington, she said, and would I like to drive her to the plane? Oh, boy, would I. Only she forgot to mention that her secretary, a chap named Gerald, would be along. And her Aunt Ellen, too. Miss Ellen Whitcomb, the famous suffrage leader. A wonderful woman, as a matter of fact. But she wasn't exactly the one I wanted to talk to.
You know, Tess has always been that way, even when she was a little baby.
Was Tess once a baby?
Oh, to begin with, they were in China when her mother died. I went out to take care of her, and I've done it ever since. It's quite a job.
Yeah. Everybody ought to have a job.
No, I mean looking after Tess. Think you could handle an assignment like that? Do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching Tess over there on the telephone, you see, and I...
Yes, of course. There was something she had to tell the governor.
You're telling me.
Not yet, but I might sometime.
Sam? Oh, Sam.
Oh, which reminds me, there's something I've got to say to Gerald. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Gosh darn it, all the governor was out. I have to call him from Washington. Sam, I hope we're not taking too much of your time.
No. It keeps me off the streets and out of the pool rooms.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Sure?
No, not a thing. Except I don't know why I'm here. I can't figure you, Tessa. What are you trying to prove?
But, Sam,
Gerald, could have chauffeured you down here. Why did you have to ask me?
I thought you might want to kiss me goodbye.
Hey.
Now, are you sorry you drove me down?
Now, are you sorry you asked me?
Well...
Miss Harding.
What, Gerald?
You'll have to hurry. They're holding the plane.
And the trouble is, a fellow like me, I'm not used to being off base. Not Not that I should be bending your ear, Miss Whitcomb, just because you let me drive you home.
Oh, it's been a lovely ride.
By the way, where can I drop you, Miss Whitcomb?
You can drop the Miss Whitcomb. It always sounds like a reproach.
I'll bet it is, too, to a lot of men who should have known better.
Sam, we're talking about you. Felt this way long?
No, not very. For a dissatisfied guy, I'm pretty satisfied.
You like your work, don't you?
Yeah, sure. I get a kick out of people, seeing them, writing about them. Pretty unimportant people, though. Maybe that's what makes me an unimportant guy.
It makes you a very important guy. You're a normal human being, Sam. Just tried to lead a normal life.
Sounds fine to me. Trouble is, how do you go about arranging it?
You mean, how do you go about arranging it?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say marry the girl.
All right, I will. I mean, I'll give it a try when she gets back from Washington.
Sam, I think that's what I like about you best. Even on a rainy night, you can always get a cab.
You're maudlin. You've had too much to drink.
Not me. Nobody's ever drunk me under. Pop used to win bets on me when we lived in Cairo.
You certainly used to get around.
All over the world. Pop was troubleshooting for the State Department. When the war broke out, they called him home, and I came with him.
No. That wasn't when you came home. I was there when you did. That day at the ball game.
Was fun.
Fun being with the crowd, huh? Not just telling them.
Kind of thought it had something to do with being with you.
Yeah? Why me?
Look, Sam.
I'm looking.
What do you see?
Right now?
Right now.
The funny kid who's wearing my hat.
It's a frowsy old hat, and it's raining.
A kid I ran into at the ball game. Name of Tessie. I knew you by the freckles on your nose.
So the first person that's mentioned them since I was 12. I like it.
Trouble is, they don't show most of the time.
Maybe you bring them out, Sam.
Look, Tess.
I'm looking. Well, what?
Well, I mean, look, Tess,
Hey, you! Ain't you got no eyes?
Traffic certainly is getting awful.
Seems we're in something of a snarl. You were saying?
Yeah. Tess, there's something I've got to get off my chest.
I'm too heavy?
No. No, keep your head where it is. You see, it's like that picture of you up over your fireplace.
You like it?
It's beautiful, but it's too high to reach.
I'm not. You haven't kissed me in ever so long. At least 30 cents on the meter.
Tess, look, I...
There you are, folks.
Well, what do you know? We're home. Go on, now, you dash inside.
You're coming in, too, aren't you? Remember, you've got something to tell me.
Yeah.
Ain't you going in there with her?
Not me. Look, Cabby, get me back to Pinky's, will you? Right away, I think I need another drink.
Mr. Craig.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Gerald.
Miss Harding asked me to give you this.
My chapeau. Did she say anything?
Well, just to tell you, here's your hat. What's your hurry?
She did? Anything else?
Well, I'm afraid she's rather busy right now. Dr. Lubeck's escaped from a concentration camp. Nobody seems to know where he is.
That's too bad. Who is he?
Ladin Lubeck, the Yugoslavian statesman. Miss Harding knew him very well, and she's worried about whether he got away.
Where is she doing her worrying, do you know?
Well, she's in the wire room right... Mr. Craig, you're not going to disturb her.
I am not sure that's the word for it, Gerald. Try me again in about 5 minutes. Well, have they found him yet?
UP has him in Moscow and AP has him in Lisbon, both at the same time. That's all for a while.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Did anyone ever tell you your manners left much to be desired?
Tess, listen.
There goes the teletype.
The devil with it. Tess, don't you know why I...
No, I don't know why you...
Will you marry me, Tess?
Yes. Anything happening?
Plenty.
Great.
Can't a man have some privacy when he's proposing?
Sam, you're sure it's what you want?
Don't you?
I've always sworn I wouldn't. It was the frightening idea of getting tied down, but I guess there's one thing I didn't figure on.
What?
You, Sam.
The curtain falls on the first act of Woman of the Year, starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. Before we go on with our play, here on the stage of Frontline Theater is Noble Sissle and his orchestra playing a number this band made famous. It's Ride, Ride, Ride. Thank you, Noble Sissle. And now, Act Two of Woman of the Year, starring Katharine Hepburn as Tess Harding and Spencer Tracy as Sam Craig. Sam continues to tell the story.
And so we were married. Sam Craig, the mug who wrote a column on sports, and Tess Harding, the international brain trust girl. Of course, the wedding was a little rushed by a justice of the peace in between calls to Lisbon and London, trying to locate that Dr. Lubeck. But anyway, we were married and headed for home. Yeah, to her home, naturally. Yes, I objected all right, but I might have known what Tess would say.
Darling, I have a lease and my place is so established. Everyone knows the address and phone number. Don't you see what a mess I'd be in if we moved suddenly?
There it was. Take it or leave it. And I took it. Only I didn't exactly know what I was up against. I found that out one night, our wedding night. I was taking a shower. I didn't even hear the doorbell ring. Then I put on my robe and walked into the bedroom and,
This is something I didn't dream to see. Tess, it's so good to be here.
Hey.
Come in, Sam. It's quite all right.
It's all right. Who is this guy?
Alma let him in. It's Dr. Lubeck. Sam, it's wonderful. He made it.
He has a great sense of timing.
Dr. Lubeck, this is my husband.
Oh, Tess, I'm so happy for you. Please come, Mr. Harding. Join with us here by the bed.
I don't like to intrude.
Oh, no, not at all.
Sit here, Sam, and hold my hand. Dr. Lubeck came straight here from the Clipper. It's a wonderful break. The first real inside dope on the Balkan smash-up.
Smash-up? Oh, you don't know, Tess.
Wait, I want to take notes. Sam, I can hold your hand later.
Tess, you understand the Czechs. Must know that žadna sila sveta z njih ne udjela otroce.
He says they'll never have made subdued. Šišteli sme o několika lidé. Sympatický k nacím.
Oh, ovšem mi višme, že to bile zraci. Německé krysy ve vysoké myštej.
He's telling about the Nazi infiltration.
Oh, the bell. That must be Franja.
Franja? Is he coming too?
He's the Czechoslovakian consul, Sam. We had to call him.
Oh, yes, and General Huzar can partake in crash, of course.
Really? They're all coming tonight?
Sam, isn't this the most thrilling night of your life?
It certainly is. I've got goose pimples. That should have been the tip-off, I guess. I never had a chance. I was lost in the shuffle of world events. There were whole days when Tess didn't know I was in the house. Had a couple of spats, too, but I wrote those off to readjustment. And I think I'd have taken a whole lot more. Only two things happened, and both on the same day. I was sleeping late that morning, Tess had insisted, though I couldn't quite savvy all that sudden solicitude. And then, when I woke up...
Good morning.
Well, I must have overslept.
You stay right where you are. I brought you a tray.
Hey, what is this?
Breakfast, bacon, just the way you like it. Eggs, just right. Cold orange juice.
Okay. Let's have it, Tess.
Well, as a matter of fact,
There is something I'd like to talk to you about.
Yes, I gathered that. Let's have it.
Darling.
What?
Well, are you perfectly satisfied about us?
What do you mean by satisfied?
Well, I mean, do you think that maybe we've had so much friction lately because there's only two of us?
Could be. What?
What would you think about a child?
What would I think about... Did you think I'd have to be sold on it?
Well, I wasn't sure.
The sooner the better.
It's already been done.
It's already been... I don't... Well, gosh, Tess, I hope it's a boy.
It is a boy.
How do you... Who... I don't quite see
it's a
how
Greek boy. A Greek boy, a refugee. He's ours.
A Greek boy. Now, wait a minute, Tess.
I had to, Sam. I'm chairman of the refugee committee, and someone suggested I ought to take the first one, so I did. I took Chris.
Sorry, Tess. It's no dice.
But, Sam, you said you wanted a child.
I thought you meant a child of our own. Now, this little Greek kid would be a swell addition, but as a substitution, he won't do.
Sam, we can't send him back. I'd look absolutely ridiculous. And it isn't just a question of pride. I want to help.
Of course. Your heart is in this. Your heart is in everything you do. But if you could spare maybe 10% of that heart from the world at large and apply it right here at home. Yes? Who? Oh. It's Gerald. He wants to read you something off the teletype.
Oh, well, yeah, Gerald. What? No. Really? Well, I don't know what to say. Yeah, thanks, of course. Yes, later.
What's up, another Czechoslovakian?
Sam, they've just named me America's Outstanding Woman of the Year. It was on the teletype. And they're going to give me a plaque at the banquet next week. Isn't it perfectly wonderful, Sam?
Yeah, I guess congratulations from me, too. Well, there it was. The Woman of the Year. Only I figured she wasn't a woman at all. Just a human receiving set for hot foreign flashes. Perhaps I might have felt different if I'd heard the speech she made at the banquet.
Receiving this plaque is the second most exciting moment of my life. Most exciting will be when I take it home and show it to my husband, Sam Craig.
But I didn't hear it, you see. I wasn't there. I couldn't see myself as the outstanding husband of the outstanding woman of the year. By that time, I was pretty well fed up with the whole business anyway, so I ducked the banquet. And while they were applauding Tess, I was cleaning my things out of the apartment, making the break clean and sharp. Anyway, that's what I thought. Those next few days were mighty tough for both of us, I guess.
Miss Harding, that international forum's only 10 days off. We better get started on your speech.
Not now, Gerald. I don't feel much like work today.
Say, Sam, the champ finishes training tomorrow. You going to do a story on it?
No. Maybe you better cover it, Phil. I'm a little on the rough edge.
Gerald, are you sure? No other calls?
No, just Dr. Lubeck and the British consul, Miss Harding. Are you expecting any others?
No, not expecting. Not really.
A newspaper switchboard is pretty busy, Helen. I thought maybe she called me and you forgot.
I didn't know you were in, Sam. She did call this morning.
For me?
No, but I was going to tell you anyway. She left a forwarding address. She's gone up to visit her aunt in Vermont.
Tess, you've scarcely touched your food.
Doesn't matter, Aunt Ellen. I'm not hungry.
You weren't hungry last night either, or this morning, or this noon.
I think I'm tired, all that tramping in the snow. You know, I've almost forgotten how to walk.
You've been too busy flying. It's time you came down to earth.
Darling, you're not going to start that again.
I most definitely am. I keep wondering, will that plaque satisfy you for a while, or will you go on to become the outstanding woman of the generation?
You did.
I wasn't married to Sam Craig.
What difference does my being married make?
A lot. The difference between you and me.
Silly. You could have had any man you wanted.
Yes, any man but one. He thought I was too important. He was afraid to ask.
Well, you never told me that. Darling, I'm sorry.
Yes, so am I, Tess. I've been sorry for 20 years.
But if you felt that way, why didn't you let him know?
I did. I was on a speaking tour. I wired him from Chicago. He wired back that he had just announced his engagement to someone else.
Darling.
I think you want something more than that out of life. Newspaper clippings, speeches, a few fine letters. They aren't enough, Tess. A dozen plaques won't be enough if you're lonely.
I'd never thought of that.
Well, you'd better think of it now. And that's positively the last word I'll say on the subject. And now, for the time you're here, what can I do to make you happy?
I don't know. Maybe you've done it already.
Done what? What do you mean?
I mean, well, you wired. I'm going to use the phone. Yes, I know, Sam, but I've been trying to reach you ever since dinner. But they told me I could get you at... What? No, I can't hear a word. No, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to tell you I'm coming home. Grand Central, 8:30 tomorrow morning. What? Goodbye, Sam.
What did he say, Tess?
Not very much. He's covering that big fight at the garden. It's terribly important, you know.
Well, of course. But didn't he even say he loved you?
How could he? One of the fighters just fell in his lap. Sam, we should have walked and saved the money. It's just a short way from the station.
You're forgetting, aren't you? I'm Sam Craig. Rain or snow, I deliver the cab.
That calls for a kiss, Sam.
Hey, you shortchanged me. That was only 15 cents by the meter.
Well, I have to be careful with your money if I give up my job.
Give up your job?
I've done a lot of thinking, Sam. Aunt Ellen showed me I haven't been a woman or a wife or anything, but I will.
By giving up your job?
We'll move out of my place. Of course, we'll get a little house out of town. I'll make it a real home for you. Honestly, I will.
And cook and sew and order the groceries.
Yeah.
Drive me to the station every morning.
Yes, Sam?
You're not talking sense.
But, darling...
You're off your beat. It wouldn't work. You couldn't make it work, Tess.
Sam, I'm so glad you said that. I would have tried. Really, I would, but I'd have been miserable.
Yeah, me too. You know, the trouble with you is that you always go to extremes. First, you want to be just Tess Harding. Then you want to be just Mrs. Sam Craig. Now, what's the matter with being Tess Harding Craig?
Nothing's the matter with it. It's a wonderful name. Tess Harding Craig. Sam, you better kiss me so I won't forget.
That's not such a tough assignment.
You don't know. I want you to hold it, Sam, till the meter says $64.
The curtain falls on Woman of the Year, today's Frontline Theater presentation starring Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. We'll be back soon with more complete plays and your favorite Hollywood stars. So keep on listening, won't you? Frontline Theater is presented for you men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Information, Please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a glass of refreshing Canada Dry ginger ale. Every week at this time, Canada Dry supplies 4 experts extraordinary for you to make sport with. You supply the questions, and if you're able to stump these wise men, well, it's a fine day for you. Let me tell you how it's done. You may submit from 1 to 3 questions with the correct answers. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. And if your question stumps our board of experts, you not only get $10 more, but in addition, you receive a complete 24-volume set of the current Encyclopedia Britannica. Mind you, this is only if your question stumps the board of experts. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information Please uses the one that was submitted first. All questions become the property of Information Please and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. Or if you live in Canada, Canada Dry, Toronto. And now may I present our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please is still the same spontaneous and completely unrehearsed program it has always been. The experts never see or hear any of these questions before you do. Tonight, we have our 2 regular mental giants with us. John Kieran, the sports authority whose amazing memory almost never lets him or us down. And Franklin P. Adams, the conductor of the conning tower in the New York Post, who's an expert in so many unrelated fields that we can always count on him for plenty of help. Our 2 guests this evening are first Christopher Morley, whom you've met before on other Information Please broadcasts, and whose new novel, Kitty Foyle, continues to hold its place on top of the bestseller lists. Our second guest is a violinist and composer who is famous the world over and who needs no further introduction, Mr. Albert Spaulding. To our listeners we say, remember, for each question that's missed, Canada Dry rings up $10, and that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, we're off with a question which is off the record, gentlemen, so that if you muff it, you shall have the thrilling experience of not losing $10 and not losing 24 volumes of the Encyclopedia. This question is as follows. Can you identify the famous American musician and the American political figure who was his superior officer when both were members of the same flying squadron abroad? Gentlemen? Is that question clear? Does this recall nothing to you, Mr. Spaulding?
Repeat the question, please.
Can you identify the famous American musician and the American political figure who was his superior officer when both were members of the same flying squadron abroad?
It's easy to identify the political figure.
Yes, who was that?
That was Fiorello LaGuardia,
yes,
present mayor of New York. And his subordinate officer was a man who was trying to be a musician.
At that
Myself.
time? Mr. Albert Spaulding, yes. Both of you have done rather well for yourselves since then, Mr. Spaulding, may I say.
Well, we're not complaining.
No, I realize that. Well, there is our off-the-record question, which starts us off. Now, the first real and genuine question, coming from Mrs. W.H. Nudd of Yonkers, New York, is this. It's almost Christmas time. Most of you have, I hope, completed your Christmas shopping. Don't forget to mail early, gentlemen. You have made up a Christmas list, let us say, consisting of 4 items. And these items are perfume, cigars, candy, and a red kimono. Now, I'm not asking you to tell me for whom these various objects are designated, particularly the red kimono. But what I shall ask you to do is to quote a line of poetry in which you would find each of them. For example, the word perfume you would find in what line of poetry? Any line of poetry that you can think of. And by the way, this is not easy. Mr. Spaulding. You're going to give us one?
Yes.
All right.
The sleepwalking scene in Lady Macbeth.
That's quite right.
All the perfumes of Arabia will not wash this little spot away.
That's almost exactly correct, Mr. Spaulding. Will not sweeten this little hand.
Will not sweeten this little hand.
Very good indeed.
My memory is not what it should be.
That's very good, Mr. Spaulding. How did you happen to remember that? What I mean is, how did you happen to remember it when How did you happen to remember it when Mr. Kieran didn't? Matter of fact, I think there are remarkably few lines, well-known lines in English poetry that have the word perfume in them. That's one of the very, very few.
Faint perfume, never won fair lady.
Are you just thinking aloud, Mr. Adams? Just thinking aloud.
Not even thinking. Just emotion.
Well, we're all set on perfume. Now, how about cigar or cigars? Mr. Kieran had his hand up first.
A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke.
Yes.
Rudyard Kipling.
You say that with the most solid satisfaction, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Morley, do you have another one on your mind?
I'm sorry, it was the same one.
Same one. Are you both married or both cigar smokers?
We both smoke the same cigar.
Oh, very good. Mr. Spaulding?
Yes, smoke gets in my eyes.
That's all right, but you couldn't give smoke away as a gift. It's cigars themselves that I'm after. Now, how about candy? A line of poetry in which the word candy appears. Or a line of verse, Mr. Adams.
Hippity hop to the barber shop to get a stick of candy.
That sounds very pretty. What's that from, Mr. Adams?
I don't know. It's a nursery rhyme.
It's all right with me. Mr. Morley?
It isn't precise, but there's a line in the Eve of St. Agnes about lucent syrups and candied cinnamon.
Yes, candied used as an adjective there. Well, if you could send an adjective through the mail, that would be all right, Mr.
You can
Morley.
send the cinnamon through the mail.
You can indeed. Mr. Kieran?
Come along, my Mandy, sweet as sugar candy.
Say, that's good. That's awfully good. And there's a famous admonition by the humorous poet Ogden Nash, which is a good thing to remember at times. Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker. We're all right on perfume, cigars, and candy. Now, gentlemen, a red kimono. A line of poetry in which a red kimono figures or appears. This is not easy. Matter of fact, I think there's only one line of poetry in all of English literature in which it does appear. Would you like me to give it to you on a silver platter as a Christmas present and charge you $10 for it?
Well, Barbara Frietchie was wearing sort of an equivalent of it.
Mr. Morley, yes, what was the equivalent?
Well,
That's the red, was it final night?
It was an overnight garment.
Overnight garment. Yes, sort of a nightcap, I think. Wasn't it something of that sort? I've forgotten. I just cannot visualize Miss Frietchie at this moment. The lines that I have in mind are from Frankie and Johnny. Frankie went back to the hotel. She didn't go there for fun, because under her long red kimono, she toted a .44 gun. And I think those are the only lines in which red kimono figures.
No wonder she done him wrong.
We were supposed to get 3 out of 4 on that, and we did. Now, the next question from B. Lester of Detroit, Michigan, is about Mr. Spaulding's colleagues, violinists. What violinists are suggested by the following pieces? There are 3 of them. All right, let's have the first. Oh, Mr. Spaulding had his hand up after the second note, and Mr. Adams had his hand up after the 6th note. Would you like to give Mr. Adams a chance, Mr. Spaulding, to tell us the correct answer?
Yes, Mr. Adams.
All right, that's very generous. Fritz Kreisler playing what composition?
One of his own.
Well, it's all right for you to plug it on the air. What's it called, Mr. Adams? Mr. Spaulding?
Caprice Viennois.
Yes, Caprice Viennois. Very well. Shall we have the second? Mr. Spaulding had his hand up almost immediately. Mr. Spaulding?
Well, the piece is Schubert's Ave Maria, yes, and it's very closely identified with Misha Ehrman.
Is it really?
Yes.
Much more closely, for example, than with Yasha Heifetz?
Well, Misha preceded Yasha by nearly 10 years in this country.
Yes, I'll accept that. Though I think it is associated perhaps with either of those two famous violinists. Very good. And now the third and last of them. Now, Mr. Spaulding, remember that you have to give us not only the name of that composition, but the violinist associated with it.
The name of that composition is The Bee, and it is by Francois Schubert, not to be confused with Franz Schubert.
We never would confuse you.
No. And the violinist is Jack Benny.
Why, Mr. Spaulding. Well, I thought that'd be a sure stumper for you, Mr. Spaulding. And how do you rate Mr. Benny?
I've never had the pleasure of hearing him play, so I can't rate him. It's merely his great reputation that I know that he's...
It has preceded him. That's quite true. Very good. 3 out of 3. The question answered mainly by Mr. Spaulding, with some expert assistance from Mr. Adams.
Great assistance.
The next question comes from Paul Cummings of Westport, Connecticut. And Mr. Cummings wants you to name 3 stories or novels, the titles of which include postal terms. For example, The Scarlet Letter would be one by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Now, any other terms used in the business of running the post office? Mr. Morley.
The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe.
Very good. And that's, of course, about a 10% steal from my hint, Mr. Morley.
Yes, sure.
I'll accept it. Now, shall we get away from letters? There are many other terms connected with the post office. For instance, They Stoop to Farley by Ellen Glasgow might be one of them, Mr. Adams. What do you think of that offhand? Let's have another, though. Something Simon Pure. Any term connected with the post office. I'll accept letter again if we have to. Why, gentlemen. At the season of the year, your minds should be preoccupied with the post office. Well, now, let me start you off with another. The Postman Always Rings Twice by James Cain, a bestseller a couple of years ago. Would, I think, be a pretty good one. How about that? With the Night Mail by Kipling. Oh, I don't know. By Special Delivery, a short story by O. Henry. Gentlemen, I'm afraid we have to stump you on that. $10, please. Going to Mr. Cummings, courtesy of Canada Dry. Shall I give you a few more, just for the fun of it? R.F.D. by Charles Allen Smart. A very good book of about 2 years ago. And Eugene O'Neill once wrote a little play called In the Zone. That might get by. Here's another question from T. Thompson of Philadelphia. Now, gentlemen, there were 5 ships that were involved in the Graf Spee incident that you've all been reading about, not including the Graf Spee itself. I want you to name, or Mr. Thompson does, 4 out of these 5 ships. If you've been reading the papers carefully, you should be able to do this. 4 out of the 5. Now, you can collaborate on this if you will. Mr. Kieran had his hand up first.
I'll give one.
All right, one will start us off.
The Exeter.
The Exeter, which was one of the English cruisers, of
That's
course.
right.
Mr. Morley, were you going to help us out with another?
Well, the Ark Royal and the Renown were on the way there. I don't know whether they were...
I don't think I'd include them. Mr. Kieran.
I think another one was the Somerset.
What is the Somerset? What was its position in the incident? What part did it play?
It's an English boat.
Yes?
Well, it was one of the other cruisers.
It was not.
It was the one that was running away then from the Graf Spee.
Well, we don't want to include it in the incident then if it was running away from it. The Exeter is the only one so far that I think is quite correct. What were the names of the other 2 English cruisers? Now, that story has been running on the front pages for 5 or 6 days now, and these names have been constantly before our eyes. Sorry, gentlemen. Shall I help you? Mr. Adams, did you have an inspiration? The Achilles and the Ajax were the other 2 English cruisers. The Exeter, the Achilles, and the Ajax. Now, what was the name of the German supply ship that took the sailors off the Graf Spee? Mr. Kieran.
Tacoma.
The Tacoma, yes. And then finally, what were these English cruisers, the Exeter, the Achilles, and the Ajax, doing? What was their function? They were convoy ships, weren't they? And what other ship were they convoying, Mr. Kieran?
I think that was my Somerset.
No, it's the Formosa, a French passenger liner that was being convoyed from Rio to Montevideo. Well, I think that's a brilliant failure, gentlemen. That will lose us $10, courtesy of Canada Dry, going out to Mr. Thompson.
Then we mustn't say miss.
Now, that incident is practically over, gentlemen. You need not repair to your morning papers any longer. The next question from Mrs. Thomas D. Rhines of Glastonbury, Connecticut, is about fires. Now, suppose the fire department got a call to put out the following fires of literature, fires that you'll find in various novels and essays and stories. Where would the fire department go? For example, if it were a fire in a private art gallery, it would go to England and put out the fire in the picture gallery in Mr. Forsyth's house. You'll find that incident in Swan Song, John Galsworthy's novel. Now, suppose there was an epidemic of fires for culinary purposes. An epidemic of fires for culinary purposes. Mr. Morley.
Charles Lamb's essay on roast pig.
That's quite right. Where would the fire department go to put out that fire?
China.
China. Do you explain in a well-chosen sentence
yes,
one of those
Bobo was a greedy Chinaman who found by accident that when his pig was burned up in the back house, it tasted very good.
Yes.
And the only way they could think of to get more of those pigs was to burn down the barns with the pigs in them.
That's quite right, yes. And it's the subject of the charming essay by Charles Lamb, Dissertation on Roast Pig. Now, if there were a fire in a ship's hold, where would the fire department have to go? It's the very famous Mr. Morley again, an expert on fire.
Joseph Conrad's youth.
Joseph Conrad's youth, yes. And where would the fire be
ship
taking place?
Judea.
That's right.
On her way to the Far East.
Yes, that's quite right. From where? What port?
Bombay, I think, but possibly London.
Well, between England and Bangkok, I think. Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Morley. You might be called a... I wish the Greek were at the tip of my tongue the way it is the tip of yours. But what would a lover of literary fires be in Greek, do you suppose, Mr. Morley? I'll give you 20 minutes to make it up.
No, a pyrophile.
A pyrophile, a lover of fires. Good enough. Now, suppose the fire department got a call to put out a false alarm. There was a false alarm in the living room. It wasn't a real fire, but a false alarm in the living room. Mr. Morley again, our renowned pyrophile.
You embarrassed me. It was
not at all. I see, I don't.
It was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories. It was in the home of Irene Adler.
Yes.
A scandal in Bohemia.
That's quite right. And that would therefore be in what city?
In London.
In London, yes.
As a matter of fact, it was in St. John's Wood, just north of Regent's Park.
What street? Well, 3 out of 3. Good enough. Now, up to this point, ladies and gentlemen, our experts have muffed twice, costing Canada Dry $20 and 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now Mr. Milton Cross, who never muffs, has a word for you.
At this time of year, shopping lists are usually filled with popular suggestions for every member of the family. And we hope that most lists include Canada Dry Ginger Ale and sparkling Canada Dry water. For this is the season when friends frequently come to call, and of course refreshments are in order. And what could be more fitting to these lively occasions than these sparkling and lively beverages? For Canada Dry, the champagne of ginger ales, is a delicious drink that supplies quick energy, refreshes inwardly, aids digestion, or in a word, it's gingervating, while sparkling Canada Dry water is the perfect club soda that adds flavor and life and blends well with your favorite drink. So remember, order them to be served at home and call for them when you are dining out.
Mr. Cross, that's excellent advice and delivered in precisely 47 seconds.
Sounds like Santa Claus.
Oh, thank you, Miss Adams. We'll start the second half of the program with a question coming to us from Mrs. Charles H. White of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, this question is about characters in literature who were unaware of some important fact. This is a rather difficult question. I'll ask you to follow me closely. You have to get 2 out of 3 on it. What fact was unknown to the hermit of Copmanhurst when he entertained the Black Knight at supper? Apparently this does not faze Mr. Kieran in the least. Mr. Kieran.
He didn't know that the Black Sluggard or the Black Knight was King Richard the Lionhearted.
That's quite right. From what book, Mr.
That
Kieran?
is from Ivanhoe.
Mr. Morley had his hand up, too, I should say. Mr. Morley, is that right?
Yes, I was wondering if Ivanhoe, how often it comes in on this program.
Well, it comes in every once in a while. You know, we all had it in high school. We were all told to read it at any rate.
John ought to know it pretty well by this time.
I know it by heart.
Luckily. How about this one? This is much more difficult. What fact was unknown to Gudule, G-U-D-U-L-E, the recluse, when she held Esmeralda... why, Mr. Kieran, let me finish my sentence. When she held Esmeralda until the hangman should come to take her to the gibbet. Miss Kieran.
She didn't know that Esmeralda, the gypsy dancer, was her own daughter.
Yes, and that's not from Ivanhoe, is it?
No, that's from Notre Dame de Paris by Victor Hugo.
What do you think of that, Mr. Morley? He knows that, too. He's good. What fact was unknown to Mr. Archibald Carlyle of East Lynne when he hired a nurse to take care of his child? You didn't have that in high school, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Spaulding.
He didn't know that the woman he hired was the mother of his child.
That's right, Mr. Spaulding. That's quite right. How do you happen to remember that?
I don't know. I think I must have been told it maybe 100 years ago when I was a child.
You know, isn't it astonishing, Mr. Spaulding, what this program does to bring things out in you?
Oh, yes.
That's quite right. She was the child's mother, his divorced wife in disguise. And you may remember, Mr. Spaulding, that she finally removes her wig, and he recognizes her. A very dramatic episode.
Did she remove her wig? Oh, what a pity.
Yes, it is, rather. She had hair under it. Quite all right. Don't be horrified. We got 3 out of 3 on that. Mr. Spaulding and Mr. Kieran doing the hard work. The next question from A. Mills of Baltimore, Maryland, is a musical question. We have a studio violinist here who's going to play 3 cadenzas, written for famous violin concertos. I'm going to ask you to name the composer of each cadenza and the concerto for which it is written. Is that clear? Do all of you understand that? Very well. We'll have the first of them. Mr. Spaulding had his hand up almost immediately. Mr. Spaulding.
That is Fritz Kreisler's cadenza to the Beethoven concerto.
To the Beethoven concerto. All right, let's have the next. Mr. Spaulding again. Thank you, Mr. Spaulding.
That is Joseph Joachim's cadenza to the 4th concerto by Mozart in B major.
That is quite right. Quite right. Mr. Spaulding?
That is also Kreisler's cadenza to the Brahms concerto.
Is it Kreisler's cadenza? Are you sure?
Well, it resembles that, or it could be, because the opening is very much like Joachim's cadenza also.
No, I'm afraid not.
Play it again. Play it.
Would you mind playing that again?
Once again.
Mr. Spaulding? Thank you, Mr.
Ours
Spaulding.
cadenza.
Who is it?
Yes, ours cadenza.
Yes, ours cadenza. That's quite
Ours
right.
cadenza. It's a little confusing because all 3 cadenzas commence very much alike. It's only in the use of the B flat, the augmented third.
Yes, I was clear on it before you tried to explain that to me. Good enough. The man sure knows his cadenza. Very well. Here's a question from Mrs. M.J. Abribat of Washington, D.C. about fictional detectives. Mr. Spaulding, do you read detective stories?
Yes, occasionally.
Right. Then you have to work for the next minute or two. Identify the following fictional detectives. The first one made an important deduction from the conflicting testimony of a Frenchman, a German, a Spaniard, a Hollander, and an Italian. Miss Kieran.
Monsieur Dupin.
Mr. Dupin, in what story?
Murders in the Rue Morgue by Edgar Allan Poe.
Yes, and will you explain the situation?
Well, all these different persons reported hearing a man speaking in a foreign language to them. He thereupon concluded that it was a language that no man understood. Consequently, it was an animal, and it turned out to be a gorilla or an orang-utan.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Now, in this case, the fictional detective always solved his mystery, although he never saw the evidence nor the suspect. He never saw the evidence nor the suspect. Mr. Morley.
Sherlock Holmes' brother, Mycroft.
How would you defend that answer? That's not the answer I have on the card.
Because
be
whenever
down.
Sherlock Holmes was at a loss, he would report the information to Mycroft, who was malingering at the Diogenes Club in Pall Mall, and Mycroft always gave him the dope.
That sounds
purely
reasonable.
by intuition.
That sounds reasonable. The one I had in mind, though, is Max Carados in the Ernest Bramah stories. Mr. Morley, do you remember those?
He was blind.
He was blind, so he never could see the evidence or the suspect. Max Carados in the Ernest Bramah stories, the eyes of Max Carados is the one that I remember. In this case, the detective would often change his appearance while shadowing a suspect by assuming the numerous disguises that he carried with him. And his pistols, as I remember, were fastened in his sleeves in such a way that they pop into his hands when he raised his arms. Any idea? I'm glad to see that all of you gentlemen were well brought up. If you had been brought up as I was brought up, you would know the answer to the question. Mr. Morley?
Sounds like old sleuth.
Well, darn near.
Nick Carter.
It's Nick Carter, yes. Nick Carter, exactly right, Mr. Morley. We did get 2 out of 3 on that. Thank you very much. Now, see if you can do any... are you gentlemen prepared for a spot of bird call identification? The zoology department of Cornell University wants you to identify the birds from the calls you'll hear. I don't know how many we'll have time for. Let's have the first. That scratch is not a bird, Miss Kieran. That's just something that we have on the machine. Mr. Morley?
I know that's the bird you hear about 5 o'clock in the morning, but John...
The 5 o'clock bird? I don't think
very
there is
early.
such a thing. Any idea, Mr. Kieran?
I have a finished idea. I never could tell birds off a phonograph.
That's a catching worm bird.
I'll tell you. It's the red-eyed vireo. What is a red-eyed vireo, Mr.
Yeah,
Kieran?
I know a red-eyed vireo very well, but I never would know it from that sound.
And what other kind of eyes do they have?
There's a white-eyed vireo, and a red-eyed vireo, and a Philadelphia vireo, and a yellow-throated vireo, and a solitary or blue-headed vireo.
What a family.
What's Johnny
Right
vireo?
around here.
That's gracious. Shall we have another one of these bird calls, Mr. Adams? All right with you? Mr. Kieran?
It sounds like a very sick and sore-throated yellow-breasted chat.
I think it's a very healthy brown thrasher.
Oh,
Let's have the third. Shall we have the third? How about that?
Take him away. He's breaking my heart.
Well, gentlemen, it's a loon, and the zoology department of Cornell University will get $10 plus, and they may need it, a 24-volume set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Very well, gentlemen. Our experts, apparently, have failed 3 times, which means that Canada Dry has lost a total of $30 and 3 sets of the Encyclopedia. And now Mr. Cross tells me he's going to deliver a Christmas greeting from Canada Dry, and then I'll be back with the lineup.
Well, friends, here once again is that holiday, that season of St. Nicholas when we all enjoy the presents we get, whether useful or ridiculous. So Canada Dry has something to say, and we hope that you will bear with us. In fact, this is our Christmas card to those who've been on the air with us. To John Kieran, who can answer such questions as, what kind of birds lay what kind of eggs on the Croany Isthmus? Canada Dry says, John, boy, Merry Christmas. To Franklin P. Adams, who can sing the score of The Pink Lady and who knows everything about the Florodora girls, that is, everything within reason, we simply say, FPA, compliments of the season. To our musical friend Levant, who can play etudes, concertos, and even things like La Tosca, we would say, if he was with us tonight, greetings, Oscar. And to Clifton Fadiman, the incomparable, whose ready wit rules these experts so well, we say in French, which of course he speaks fluently, Joyeux Noël. And finally, to every listener on every radio station, Canada Dry sends greetings as lively and sparkling as pinpoint carbonation.
And a Merry Christmas. And a Merry Christmas from Canada Dry to you, Mr. Cross, and to you, Mr. Morley, and to you, Mr. Spaulding.
Partner.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the 1024 Ranch.
Yes, the 1024 Ranch, starring your radio and screen favorites, Dick Moran, Martha Mears, and the Sons of the Pioneers. Transcribed and brought to you by your Dr. Pepper bottler and the thousands of Dr. Pepper dealers from coast to coast.
And here's our pretty little boss of the 1024 to sing for you.
When the sun goes down in the western sky and the hills of Rhone sing their lullaby, I'll be riding down that old Wyoming trail. When the coyotes howl on their lone prairie as they start to prowl on their nightly spree, I'll be riding down that old Wyoming trail. I'll just be riding along, singing my song, yippee-yi-yippee-yay, yippee-ki-yay. Get along, little pony, get along, yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay. When the moon shines bright in the sky above, it will lead me right to the one I love. I'll be riding down that old Wyoming trail.
I'll just go jogging along.
Ah, mighty pretty, Miss Peggy, mighty pretty. It reminds me of the time that you sang that song for the boys on our overseas show nearly a year ago.
Nearly a year ago.
Yes, it has been that long, Dick.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, this is just about our 200th 10-4 ranch show, counting those we've made especially for the boys overseas.
That gives me an idea, Miss Peggy. Suppose we do again all our favorite songs from the last year or so.
Good idea, Dick. Let's make this a favorite program. You and Miss Peggy sing your favorite songs, and I'll repeat my 2 favorite messages of the past year from Dr. Pepper Company.
Fair enough, Art Gilmore. What is your favorite number 1?
Well, it's a talk about salesmanship. Not mine, but the doctor's. It goes like this. Friends, I'm not one of those high-pressure salesmen who aims to overwhelm you with words. I don't insist that you must like Dr. Pepper simply because I do, and millions of others do, too. I ask you only to try it a few times. If you've done this and still like another drink better, you're a rare exception. If you haven't, well, please do this, just to be good to you. Get a Dr. Pepper, a good icy cold one, chilled to 34 degrees. And then close your eyes and open your mind. Taste it inquiringly. Get the full sensation of that rich, luscious flavor. Not too tart, not too sweet. Simply ideal. And golly, is it good. It's a thrill, all right, but better still, it perks you up when you're hungry, thirsty, and tired. Won't you try it, please? And when it wins you, remember, it was not I who sold you. Ah, no, I merely told you.
Thank you, Art. And now here's Dick Ferrand with one of his top favorite tunes. Do you remember when Dick and the boys sang this?
See that lonesome cowboy riding down that lonesome trail.
Sun goes down, work's all done. Evening's here at last. The moon comes up behind the hills I love. I'm riding home.
See that lonesome cowboy riding down that lonesome trail. Moonlight shadows playing through the room with his lonesome square. Well, he's riding home.
That was a mighty pleasant memory, Dick. And do you remember the time we were talking about the West, and I said there was one particular person I wanted to sing to just then? Let's see. How would I describe him? Well, he's pretty much like the West. Soft-spoken, almost shy. Handsome, straight as an arrow. The sun has tanned his cheeks, and the wind has tousled his hair. And his eyes are as blue as the sky over New Mexico, and they look right through you and into your heart. Would you believe me when I tell you that I think he has everything it takes to make a man? He's 6 years old next month.
Mr. Sandman's on his way. Better put your toys away and consider it a day. Little sleepyhead, now you've had your share of fun. Say good night to everyone, for another day is done. Little sleepyhead.
Yes, and that one reminds me of the time a couple of Irish youngsters, Michael and Patrick Ferrand, went east to visit their grandmother. And I said, now, just in case you youngsters find the East isn't exactly like the West, and just in case you happen to have a little trouble dropping off to sleep at night, here's a grand old Irish song your dad used to sing you to sleep with. Remember, boys?
Come back to Erin, my burning. Come back round to the land of thy birth. Come with the shamrocks and springtime, my burning, and its Killarney shall ring with our mirth. Over the green sea, my burning, Comb the white sail that bore thee away.
And I know they remembered it too, Dick. For when they came back, they asked you to sing it all over again.
Ah, that they did. But do you remember, Miss Peggy, last winter when you were knitting a sweater and we asked you to sing a song?
And I said, let's see. This is the 5th sweater I've knitted since war was declared last December. I know where 2 of them are, but the other 2 I don't know. One's in Australia, where it's summer now and he doesn't need it. And one is, well, somewhere on the North Atlantic. I hope the spray of the salt water hasn't faded it, or the winds unraveled it, because tied up in that yarn are the heartbeats of millions of women, knitting and purling, now and again dropping a stitch because our hearts just don't beat the same right now. And the yarn gets all tangled up with the beat as we try so hard with our fingers to weave a little symbol of warm protection around the hearts of others who are very dear to us.
Maiden sitting in a row by a firelight's fading glow, knitting while they're dreaming of Tom, of Dick, of Harry. Hear the click of the little sticks, it's the knitting serenade. You just sit while they click, click, click. In a jiff, it will be made. In a jiff, it will be made. 5 little click. In a jiff, it will be made. 5 little fingers make a glove for someone your heart.
A memory of that one was, Miss Peggy. And it was just about that time that I had a special request from a young couple getting married that night in San Diego. It was her favorite song, as it was her mother's and her grandmother's before her. The next day, Tom sailed, probably for the Solomon Islands, and the bride, well, I wonder since what has happened to this girl. This girl who was named like her mother and her grandmother before her, Kathleen.
I'll take you home again, Kathleen, across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been, since first you were my bonny bride. The roses all have left your cheek. I have watched them fade away, and your voice is sad whene'er you speak, and tears bedim your loving.
And then came Christmas, 1942.
Yes, it was a pretty solemn Christmas here at the 1024 Ranch. Do you remember, Miss Peggy, I said, how about a Christmas song from you? And you said...
Well, I'd like to. I'd like to sing a Christmas song, but you've already heard all my favorite songs this Christmas week. So instead, I'd like to sing a song I think belongs to Christmas more than any other time of the year. It's a universal song, ageless, loved by everyone. This week, it was sung in England as the days of joy and sadness were counted. In Switzerland, where the sheep on their Christmas procession wound over the hills. Yes, in all climes and countries, where windows were lit to guide the feet of the Christ child, should he chance to walk their streets. Don't tell me this isn't a song for Christmas, because I know it must be. It's the song of a mother and a child,
lullaby and good night with roses bedight. Creep into thy bed, there pillow thy head.
Ah, grand favorite. Yes, every one of these songs holds a present memory.
Yes, all of them, Dick, and more. There were some grand letters from our Dr. Pepper friends about them, too. Which reminds me, Art Gilmore, how about that other favorite among your Dr. Pepper lectures?
Well, I think that would be the PSSH. But here's one that means plenty to Dr. Pepper Company, to its more than 400 bottlers, and incidentally to you. It's called DPSSH. That's short for Dr. Pepper's Standard of Sanitation and Hygiene. And I assure you it's plenty strict. Dr. Pepper Company is conscious always that Dr. Pepper is a food for human consumption. In the manufacture of Dr. Pepper syrup, the finest ingredients are compounded under rigid hygienic conditions. It's required that bottles be sorted, soaked, sterilized, scrubbed, and rinsed. Water is purified. The finished product must pass inspection. Bottled Dr. Pepper is as perfect as our skill, will, conscience, and scientific protection can make it. But Dr. Pepper Company doesn't stop there. At frequent intervals, random samples purchased from retail coolers are laboratory tested to further assure protection. When you or your children choose Dr. Pepper, you may enjoy it with confidence that it is good, clean, wholesome, and safe.
Oh, when you want a welcome drink that picks up energy, just ask for Dr. Pepper and you'll sing along with me.
Drink Dr. Pepper and you'll enjoy life more. Remember Dr. Pepper time and then, 2 and 4.
That's all for now, folks. We'll be seeing you.
Dick Moran appears on the 1024 Ranch through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. The Sons of the Pioneers are by arrangement with Republic Studios. And Martha Mears is Miss Peggy. 1024 Ranch is written and produced by Harry Wayne McMahon and comes to you from Hollywood, transcribed. This is Art Gilmore wishing you good luck and good going with Dr. Pepper at 10, 2, and 4 o'clock.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, is based on characters in the full color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest and most interesting comic supplement, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million children who enjoy the best artists and cartoonists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly. Remember, the Comic Weekly is to be found in your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim and his companion, the mysterious Mr. Smith, are captives on a secret Nazi island in the Caribbean. Jim, realizing that the American armed forces are completely unaware of this camouflaged air and sea base so close to its shores, makes a desperate attempt to send out a wireless warning. He and Smith overpower their guard, get to the wireless shack on the edge of the concealed flying field, and send out an alarm that is immediately answered by our ever-alert Coast Guard. However, before Captain Sloan of the Coast Guard cutter Dolphin will relay the message, he radios back asking for confirmation. Just then, the door of the wireless hut is flung open.
So what have we here?
Von Airman, finish the message, Jim. Finish it.
No, my friends, you will not finish.
He's wrecked the sap.
Yes, Mr. Bradley. Now you both will be so good as to come with me. I assure you that this time you will not be treated so well. Come.
Don't resist, Jim. He'll kill you. Okay, Smith. Now that we've sent our message and we know that these vermin will be taken care of, I feel too good to wrestle with a 45.
Good you feel, huh? Well, I'm going to spoil your happiness, Mr. Bradley. Oh, yes. Now start walking. You too, Mr. Smith.
Hey, where are you taking us? This isn't the way back to our cozy little prison.
Perhaps we shall not need a prison for you any longer, Mr. Bradley.
What do you mean?
I mean that you, Mr. Smith, and your accomplice, Mr. Bradley, are going to die for your little job tonight.
The more of your phony threats, Von Erman?
I do not make statements which I cannot follow through, Mr. Bradley. As you will discover, to your sorrow. Why are you laughing? You feel it is so funny that you're going to die?
No. I was just thinking. This is probably the first time that a man ever walked to his own funeral.
Jim.
A double funeral at that.
Your companion, Mr. Smith, is obviously insane.
He was sane enough to wireless the location of this sweet little death trap island of yours, Von Erman.
Oh, that is what you were laughing about. Yes, it's very amusing. Very amusing. In a moment it will become even more so.
Well, who's crazy now? This Nazi here is happy to know that this island of his will soon be blown off the face of the earth.
No. You're wrong.
Just stick around and see, Count. Wait and see.
There will be nothing to see. Because here. In here, both of you.
You were saying...
There will be nothing to see because your message will never be believed.
If it makes you feel better to think that, go right ahead.
I not only think that, I have the power to make it the truth. Enter.
Another wireless room.
You did not think that we would take the chance of having only one.
Oh, now I begin to see what our friend here is driving at, Smith.
Good, Mr. Bradley. You're very quick.
I don't understand.
You may tell your friend, Bradley.
Von Erman intends to send a second message, telling the Coast Guard cutter that the first one was a fake, and asking them to ignore it.
Oh, I see. Then all our work will have been wasted.
Exactly. You see, we picked up your other message and know its contents word for word. That is how we discovered what your game was.
There's only one thing you've overlooked, Erman.
And that is?
The fact that even if they believe the second message, their suspicions will have been aroused, and they will make some kind of an investigation.
Yes, that's right.
No, my friends, that is not right. Because I will make sure that their suspicions are completely allayed. You see this code book here?
Yes.
This code book was found aboard an American patrol plane which my flyers shot down only this morning. The message will be sent in secret United States code. Your message was sent in Morse International. Which message will be accepted? Mine or yours?
Oh, he's right, Jim. They'll never believe ours now.
Well, Mr. Bradley, why don't you laugh now? This is not so amusing, huh? To begin, to make you even more unhappy, I will allow you to listen to what I'm telling them. I'm saying, ignore all previous messages. Messages work of enemy agents attempting to lure U.S. ships and planes into German trap. This is official. Take note. And I shall sign it, Mr. Smith, with your secret identification number. 625 RT. Smith.
How do you know what that is?
As I have told you before, it is our business to know.
Jim.
Yeah?
I just wanted to know if you were all right. Can't see a thing in here. It's so dark.
Oh, I'm all right, Smith.
Oh, come on, boy. Chin up.
We failed, didn't we?
Well, we tried hard.
That isn't enough. Here we are locked up. Probably going to be executed tomorrow morning. We'll have to die knowing that we failed. That irregular powder keg of German military planes is waiting to explode all over our coast.
I know, Jim, but what can we do now?
That's what's been running round and round in my brain for the last 2 hours. Zerman had us sent back here and locked us up again. What can we do to stop him?
Coast Guard might still consider our message worth investigating.
Slim chance of that after that second message to disregard ours. And an official and secret code.
If we could get out there again and get another message through on the wireless.
No, Smith. It wouldn't work. The wireless set is now under heavy guard. No. We'll We'll have to go back to my original plan, as wild as it was.
Original plan?
Yeah. To steal a plane and run for it.
Think we can make it?
Well, we can try. Anything's better than sitting here in this room waiting for them to come and execute us tomorrow morning.
All right, I'm with you. Listen for the guard.
Right.
I have a small nail file in my pocket. They didn't think it worth taking away from me, but a great deal can be done to a door lock with a little nail file.
I don't hear anyone outside, Smith.
All right, then I'll begin on that lock. Pretty hard in the dark. Can't tell exactly what I'm doing. Have to feel my way.
Any luck?
It's a simple lock. I ought to have it in a second. There. I've done it.
Good. Now, very easy on the door. Open it slow. Slow now.
Right.
Look. There's the guard at the end of the hall.
Yeah.
His back is to us. I'm going to get him with a flying tackle. You wait here.
All right, good luck. Get him before he can cry out.
I will.
Was ist los?
Oh, I got him. Come on.
Ich werde es nur zeigen, verfluchter
Will you take... Good work, Jim. Good work. Here's another door.
Yeah.
Oh, it's locked, too.
I'll go to work on it. You go back and make sure the Nazi is going to stay knocked out.
I'll tie him up and put a gag in his mouth. Hurry up, Smith. Every second counts.
Yeah.
There they are. 4 good planes with their engines warm and filled with gas, we hope. And we can't get any nearer with those mechanics hanging around.
And any second they're going to discover that guard tied up and give the alarm.
Let's run for it, Smith.
Oh, they'd shoot us before we went 10 feet. They're all armed. I've got a better plan.
What?
I'll start running behind the machine shop there. That'll attract their attention and give you a chance to get away in one of the planes.
What, and leave you behind to their tender mercies? Well, I should say not. We leave together or we don't leave at all.
Oh, don't you understand, Jim? It's not for you that I'm doing it. It's for our country. You can carry the warning.
So can you. I'll lure them off the field.
Now, wait a minute, Jim. You can fly a plane. I can't. Now get ready to go. As soon as I get them off the apron of the flying field, you get a plane and get away.
You're a great guy, Smith.
Huh? Oh, no, Jim. Just an American. Well, so long.
Good luck. I'll be seeing you again.
Maybe. Here goes.
Los! Alarm treten!
Wait a minute. What was that?
That officer came out of the machine shop over there and called the men off the field.
Hey, they're leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too good. Now, Smith, we go together.
There. The last one just went into the building. This is our chance. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Climb aboard. Hurry.
Yeah, right.
Give me your hand. Let me help you.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's it. Okay. Here we go.
Open her wide. We've got to get a good start before they come after us.
She's wide open now. Anybody seen us yet?
Yeah, there they come. Swarming out of the machine shop onto the field.
Boy, we're really lucky. This is one of their fastest pursuit ships. In a few seconds, we'll leave that field. And the Nyland's so far behind...
Jim, wait a minute. The other 3 planes are taking off after us.
Well, they're not any faster than this one. We've got a slight lead.
Here they come. Oh, they're firing at us.
Well, we're out of their range by a small margin, and we're going to keep that way. We ought to pick up the mainland in about 2 or 3 hours. But we'll be back, you heinies. We'll be back. Any sign of the Nazi, Smith?
No, not a trace. They turned back 20 minutes ago.
Good. Then we're in the clear and headed back to the good old USA.
Certainly going to feel good to step down on American Earth again, Jim.
Real good.
And you know that... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Up ahead, that plane. She's coming right for us.
Good night. And I thought we had shaken them off. Hey, wait a minute. That's an American plane.
What?
See the insignia on the wings?
Hey, what's he trying to do?
Uh-oh. He spotted our insignia. Those swastikas, they're attacking.
Well, dive. Dive for the water, Jim. There's no way to tell him we're friends. And if we don't get away, he'll shoot us down.
contriving to escape the machine gun bullets from one of our own planes, pushes his stolen Nazi ship down faster and faster. Will he be able to escape, or will he crash into the sea? Fate plays strange tricks. Don't miss the next thrilling adventure of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow his other adventures among the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. No other comic supplement can give you such top-flight cartoonists as Billy DeBeck and Otto Soglo and Walt Disney, and the all-star favorite cartoons such as The Little King, Jiggs and Maggie, the hilarious Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Flash Gordon and Prince Valiant. Join the millions of men, women, and children who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Treasury Star Parade. The Treasury Star Parade presents one of your favorite singing stars, Frank Sinatra, in a program of popular songs with David Brookman's orchestra and chorus. Lend more of your money to help carry on the fight. What better explanation could any of us want for investing every dollar above the bare cost of living in war bonds and the other government securities of the Second War Loan, so that our government will be able to provide all needed weapons to our sons and brothers and husbands in uniform. Remember, they give their lives. We lend our money. We must put our dollars to the limit into the Second War Loan now.
This is Frank Sinatra, ladies and gentlemen. Today, your Treasury Star Parade brings you a program of the latest hit songs. Songs you'll soon be hearing all over the country. And right now, I'd like to start off our parade with a brand new tune called Close to You. Close to you, I will always stay. Close to you, though you're far away, you'll always be near, as though you were here by my side. No matter where, in my dreams I'll find you there, close to me, sharing your caress. Can't you see, you're my happiness. Wherever you go, my heart will go too. What can I do? It only wants to be close to you. Ever since you said goodbye, dear, there's one thing that I find. Although you're out of my arms, you're never out of my mind. Close to you, sharing your caress. Can't you see, you're my happiness. Wherever you go, my heart will go too. What can I do? If you knew
the joys you'd bring, how my hungry heart would sing. If only we could be close to
The heroic exploits of our fighting men have always been an inspiration for the composers who write our songs. David Brookman, his orchestra and chorus, now give us a new picture of our Air Corps as they play Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer.
Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Though there's one motor gun, we can still carry on. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. What a show! Oh, what a fight! Yes, we really hit the target for tonight. How we sing as we wing through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. And with our full crew aboard, and our trust in the Lord, we're coming in on a wing and a prayer. Trust in the Lord. Trust in the Lord, trust in the Lord. With our full crew aboard and our trust in the Lord. We're coming in on a wing and a prayer.
There is a familiar American saying that money talks. Today, your money invested in war bonds and other government securities is heard on every fighting front. It is heard in the sound of bombs falling on Berlin, in the roar of the heavy artillery on the North African front, in the savage whistle of bullets in the New Guinea jungle. And now the second war loan drive is on, to mobilize your money in the greatest chorus of defiance. Defiance to dictators and destroyers of human freedom. Whatever you may have been investing in war bonds up to now is less than your country needs. And now this month, put every dollar you've got above the bare cost of living into war bonds and other government securities of the second war loan. In this way, you can make your money talk in the only language our enemies understand. It is a small thing we're asked to do when our sons and brothers and husbands are risking their lives for you and for me. Remember, they give their lives. You lend your money.
The popular songs of the moment reflect the tempo of the times. David Brookman plays a strictly solid tune called Weep No More, My Lady.
Weep no more, my lady, weep no more.
Dry those tears, baby.
Though your love is on a distant shore.
Have no fears, lady.
When you feel low and lonely, don't you let him know, no. Tell him you're so proud of him, give his heart a go.
Weep no more, my lady.
Weep no more.
Weep no more, lady.
Get behind the boy that you adore. Then one day you'll look up and see him standing in your door. And you'll weep no more, my lady, weep no more. Weep no more, my lady, weep Get behind the boy that you adore. Then one day you'll look up, see him standing in your door, and you'll weep no more, my lady, weep no more. Lady, weep no more.
There are a lot of grand new tunes being played and sung on the air today, and here's one that many radio listeners have picked as their favorite. It's called That Old Black Magic. That old black magic has me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. That same old tingle that I feel inside. And then that elevator starts its ride. And down I go. Round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name, and I'm aflame. A flame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. 'Cause you're the lover I have waited for, the mate that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin that I'm in, under that old black magic called love.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the second war loan drive is on. Now is the time to buy war bonds as you've never bought them before. For the more you buy and the sooner you buy them, the sooner this war may be won and over. Don't ever forget, our sons, brothers, and husbands are giving their lives. You lend your money. The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank Frank Sinatra for his performance on this program, also this station for the use of its facilities. Music was arranged and conducted by David Brookman. Special material was written by Joseph Moran and Thelma Ritter. The program was directed by Henry P. Hayward. This is Larry Elliott, suggesting that you check the radio column of your local newspaper and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. All right, gang, here's your big program, hot-footing it to every Allied battle station around the world to answer those letters you send to Command Performance, care of the Special Service Division, Los Angeles. And if you think a P-38 can burn up space, just watch our smoke for the next half hour, because we're rolling past your APO number to set a new 30-minute record in tunes by your favorite musicians and stars. And getting us off to a flying start, here comes that ever-loving gal from the Stephen Foster belt, that gal with a bit of the sooth in her voice and all of you guys in her heart, your mistress of ceremonies, Dinah Shore.
When skies were dark, came Noah's Ark. Amen. When lions roared, came Daniel's Lord. Pray, and on Judgment Day, if you believe he shall receive you, amen. When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn, you will hear his horn. It's not far away, hold up your head and say, there's gonna be a great day. When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn, you'll hear his horn. Da-da-da-da-da-da. It's not far away. Hold up your head and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Thanks, Ken Carpenter, for getting me on, and hello again, fellas. This is Dinah Shore. The circuit's being opened to APO 860. I'm calling the Firehouse Gang. Excuse me, that's the Foo House Gang. I take the same funny paper. The Foo House Gang is officially known as Swede, Termite, Ted, Baldy, and Yid. Cutting over to North Africa, I'm buzzing the guys who fly in the boxcars of the skies. Sergeant Gross adds PS 1, 2, and 3. PS number 3 asking me to broadcast a Schickelgruber. My pleasure, Sergeant.
Love to the Black Scorpion Squadron somewhere in the Middle East, and Charlie Grauer, handle that plane with kid gloves. Harry Kaminsky at 251. I got a big kick out of that nameplate you sent me off of that Junkers 88. Thanks so much. Another Junkers on the junk pile. Howdy, Godfrey J. Darby and the whole gang over in India. Hello, Private Walter Villa and the fighting medics at 704. And now everybody move in close, 'cause it ain't every day that Glenn Gray and the Casaloma Orchestra can visit command performance. With Glenn Gray, it's Pee Wee Hunt singing Little Man on the Hammer.
Now they're great men of wisdom, doctors, lawyers, and such, and even great politicians, but even they don't amount to much in comparison with a certain man who really has what it takes. He's the leading purveyor of bad dreams and a connoisseur of headaches. When the little man with the hammer starts to hit you with all his might, you can bet your boots and your Sunday suit you got a little tired. When the little man with the hammer starts to reorganize your head, then ain't no pills gonna cure your ills. You might as well be dead. When it's after 1 and you're having fun, you never give a hang. But I'll bet you say after break of day, here come the British with a bang, bang. It's the little man with the hammer, always trying to pick a fight. So it's lift your cup with a bottom up. We'll wear him out tonight. Yeah, there he goes, starting to pound. Maybe someday I'll get used to that sound. Pretty soon trumpets will start to blow, and old Gabriel will say, Pee Wee, you better go. Then that little man will try to make me wait, but I'll get away before it's too late. Then you know just what that little rascal will do? He'll pick someone else. Boy, I sure hope it's you. He'll try to get you. You better look out. That little man with the hammer that I'm talking about.
Thanks, Pee Wee Hunt, and more from Glenn Gray in a jiffy. At 969 is a guy named Alvin Guy with a yen for Fay McKenzie. Well, ever since Fay's recent overseas junket, she's had guys yenning for her from Veracruz to the Virgin Isles. So for Harry Bernstein and the Marines on St. Thomas, the Oklahoma Kid and the Fighter Command Crowd at 847, Lieutenant Martin Gross of Brooklyn Dentist at AP09, and the mob at 845, where Fay was made co-pilot of a troop carrier squadron. Here's that dignified ditty so many of you have asked for. Fay McKenzie singing the Strip Polka.
There's a burlesque theater where the gang likes to go to see Queenie, the cutie of the burlesque show. And the thrill of the evening is when our Queenie skips and the band plays the polka as she strips.
Take it on!
But she's always a lady, even in pantomime, and she stops, but always just in time. Oh, Queenie, queen of them all. Oh, Queenie, someday you'll fall. Someday church bells will chime in strip polka time. She's fresh and as wholesome as the flowers in May. She hopes to retire to a farm someday, but you can't buy a farm unless you're up in the chips. So the band plays the polka as she strips. Oh, take it But she's always a lady, even in pantomime, and she stops, but always just in time. Oh, she hates corny waltzes and she hates the garage, but there's one big advantage if the music's hot. It's the fast-moving exit just in case something rips. The band plays the polka as she strips. Stop!
I know what you all must be thinking of me for doing this kind of work, but isn't it I really want to? It's just that a girl has to make a living. And I've had my application in at Lockheed for months. Well, you can go ahead and laugh at me if you want to, but I've had a lot of experience in defense work. Well, now she's at Lockheed and she's doing fine. She's the queen of the assembly line. She's speeding up production, she no longer strips, but she hums her polka as she builds those ships. She's the toast of the nation, she keeps them flying in strip polka time.
Boy, the rest of us gals on this program are going to have to do some tall clipping to cut that Faye McKenzie. Now get a load of this one. Dear Command Performance, like all good soldiers, I gripe in the morning about the bugler. Every time I hear reveille, I remember when I was a kid in Topeka, Kansas. You see, Mom had a terrific cuckoo clock that woke me up. I'd sure like to hear that old cuckoo again. Signed Private Sam Superman Walters. Okay, Superman, here's your cuckoo clock. Thank you, Mr. Soundman. That's the first cuckoo clock I ever saw wearing a sports shirt. Now I'm pushing the international button to buzz the bakers at 662 and a tough cookie, Sarge Bob Kelly. Also the dit-happy radio operators and all hands at 848. Hello, Jack Colleen on North Atlantic Patrol. Love to the San Francisco Regiment in Africa. The same to 8 duck shooters at 302. Tomasini, Angelini, and Shanklin. And Pete, you made the pants too long to narrow. And somebody at 700, tell Sergeant E.R. Abbott there's an 8-pound, 10-ounce glamour gal named Martha Lynn at the Abbott home. And Marine Corporal Tommy McClure in the South Pacific owes the stork for an 8-pound boy delivered April 12th. All concerned in both cases are doing nicely. In fact, Mrs. Abbott is right here in the studio audience. Congratulations, fellas, and Mrs. Abbott. Regards from Lana Turner to H.E. Watling and all Tommies of the MAC. Hello, Danny Chambers, Big Buff Ward and Red Sweet at 3-4. Hi there, Tony Lorino from Houston, now in India, and to Omer the Great at 860. For all of you everywhere, and for Smitty, Bill, and Sam, 3 birds getting their wings repaired in one of our Army hospitals, here's a hot tune of the hour. Why don't you do right? You had plenty money in 1922. You let other people make a fool of you. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. You're sitting down wondering what it's all about. You ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. If you had prepared 20 years ago, you wouldn't be wandering out from door to door. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. You're sitting down wondering what it's all about. You ain't got no money, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Get out of here, get me some money too. Why don't you do right like some other men do? Like some other men do.
like some other men do. Like some other men do. Well, Command Performance and I are checking in next with Carl Thibodeau, New Orleans gift to Australia, and president of the 8-Ball Club down there. Al Leedy is Fee, secretary in charge of, and Jack Coffin is keeper of the 8-Ball. Doc Doherty writes from Southeast Africa and says, tell Bing Crosby next time he goes golfing to tee off on Bob Hope's nose. Reasonable. Aside from all this, we're acknowledging receipt of another Junkers 88 nameplate from Corporal Crossman on the North African front, and answering that 972 mail from Captain Brame, 3 Okies, Shack Up, Twitch It, and Melon Tummy, with a cute new novelty tune, Can't Get Stuff in Your Cuff by the Pied Pipers.
Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cup to get the stuff in.
You've heard of
Zoot Suits and Reed Pleats. Well, Uncle Sam says they got to go. And when he says that's all, Jack, that's all, don't you know? Still, there's one thing you don't have to worry about, whatever else is on your mind. 'Cause when you hang your trousers up, this is what you'll find. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. 'Cause you got no cup to get the stuff in. Can't get a crease in your pleats. Can't get a crease in your pleats. Can't get a crease in your pleats. 'Cause you got no pleat to get a crease in. No more Zoot Suits, no more Reed Pleats, no more nothing.
Right soon there's gonna be not much meat and little mutton.
Not even mutton?
No.
Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup. Can't get stuff in your cup.
Well, you
can get the meat for hashing and can get potatoes for mashing, but one thing they still ration, it's murder. Can't get stuff in your cup.
Thank you, Pied Pipers, and check in again right soon, will you? Well, gang, we're cutting in with a news flash to Iceland, Greenland, Alaska, and Newfoundland, and yelling extra, extra to our brethren of the AEF all the way from Kodiak to Calcutta. The rush copy reading that a member of the fair sex has finally... What did I say? A rush copy order reading that the member of the fair sex has finally joined Glenn Gray and the Casaloma Orchestra. Mr. Gray held out against us women for years before he weakened, but our transcontinental reports prove that Glenn has made a very neat choice. It's a command performance for Casaloma's new girl vocalist, Eugenie Baird, singing The Man I Love.
Someday he'll come along, the man I love, and he'll be big and strong, the man I love. And when he comes my way, I'll do my best to make him stay. He'll look at me and smile, I'll understand, and in a little while he'll hold my hand. And though we seem absurd, I know we both won't say a word. Maybe I will meet him Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe not.
waiting for the man I love. Maybe someday he will come my way. The man I
Thanks, Eugenie Baird. Now, fellas, run up the storm warnings, because there's a big blow coming up. Two Marine Corps pushers, Haig and Gill from Los Angeles, now in the South Pacific, along with scores of you in the Merchant Marine and the Army Nurse Corps, have ordered command performance to produce the hottest tune by the band currently playing at the Hollywood Palladium. And that's our boy, Glenn Gray. Glenn, what's a good word?
Well, Dinah, just that the Casaloma gang is honored to be on command performance. And we're saying hello to all the cats and bugs from those good old days at the Glen Island Casino, the Pennsylvania Hotel, and the Sherman House in Chicago.
And the Totem Pole in Boston.
And good old Totem Pole, a classy joint.
And, and that Glenn Gray special they all want.
No name Jive, Dinah?
Oh, name it, Mr. Gray. Gray. Well, gang, I've sort of been saving this one. You know, around this time of year, the old Dr. Miles calendar sports a big red number that says Mother's Day. That's the day we forgive Mom for the time she washed out our mouth for cussing out the neighbor's kid. And the day we say to heck with glamour gals, there's one gal that's got 'em all beat. Ever so many of you over there have suggested that Command Performance do a little something about Mother's Day. So here's a touch of a song that each of you wants dedicated to your own dear Mom.
Was cloudy and damp. Your package arrived, but was missing a stamp. Your cake made a hit with all the boys in the camp. The food is okay. Don't worry your head. I sleep pretty well, but I miss my old bed. And oh, how I wish they'd make this Army co-ed. Still I love it. If you should run into a certain you-know-who, please do this for me. Give her a kiss for me. Tell her to write me nightly, dear Mom. That's all for tonight. The bugle just blew. Tomorrow's a big day with plenty to do. I like it here, but I'm kind of homesick for you, for I love you, dear Mom.
Well, knowing you fellas like we do, we won't go into any big closing production with the pipe organ and the harp. This is Dinah sending love and kisses. And if it's possible for you men to read between the lines of this radio program, you'll find them loaded with good luck and Godspeed from everybody in the USA. So long, gang.
This is Ken Carpenter throwing out the switch and breaking the circuit till next week. Final sentence reads this way. Command Performance was arranged through the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee and is produced for you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Here it is, fellas. The AEF jukebox of the air, G.I. Jive.
Hiya, fellas. Yes, it's the G.I. Jive. And this is Jill, well supplied with the necessary nickels to get the old jukebox going. I've got a lot of requests to answer, so here we go with the first one for Sergeant R.R. Campbell, Private Jackson, Sergeant Patterson, and Sergeant Willie Thomas at APO 708. They wrote, "Please knock us down with something by the count." Well, fellas, see if this'll do. It's Count Basie playing Blue Lou. up now while I drop another nickel in the jukebox. Push button number 2, and we have music by Bob Crosby. An old tune that's getting an A1 revival. Proof of my theory that you can't keep a good tune down. Remember, I'll Get By? Here it is for the man at APO 627. Okay, Bob Crosby. Box is just full of good oldies. I know you all remember this one coming up. Requested by Sergeant Michael T. Federgeck of the United States Marines and played for you now by Lucky Millender. It's Cherokee. on a card or a letter addressed to GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Take, for example, this letter from ATO 726. It says, the members of Hut Number 1 would like to hear Cherry by Harry James and wish to have it dedicated to Staff Sergeant A.P. Smith. Signed, Sergeant Kelly, Sergeant Carlson, Sergeant Burford, PFC Heatman, and PFC San Martino. All right, Sergeant Smith, from the gang in Hut Number 1 to you, and also for Benny Waits and the men at ATO 981, it's Cherry by Harry James. This session up because we're about to sign off for now. Come next GI Jive time, the jukebox and I will be here to spin some more of the stuff you want to hear. So later, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This program was produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
Confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you. Honest, I do. I need you every moment. In your eyes I read such strange things, but your lips deny it too. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? Oh, I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying, can't we still be friends? If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All in life on you depends. Am I guessing that you love me? Dreaming dreams of you in vain. I'm confessing that I love you over again, darling, over and over again. This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Giannine, I Dream of Lilac Time, Highland Fling, Taking a Chance on Love, Confessin', Just You, Just Me, Way Down Yonder in New Orleans, This is the Army, Mr. Jones, Don't Blame Me, Wishing, Every Time, and This Love of Mine. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your featured soloist was Martha Mears. Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. Today's quota of grade A grooving is handled by a wonderful group of jazzmen who, at different times, of course, wandered into a recording studio and worked out these fine songs. First, a side featuring Earl Father Hines, followed by some bottom blues by James P. Johnson. The last 4 minutes turned over to a battle of saxophones. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, which means everything fine and good in jazz. This record was assigned to Cozy Cole and his All-Stars, which meant that Cozy would stay at the drums, give us fine beat for Coleman Hawkins on tenor, Trummy Young on trombone, Joe Thomas trumpet, Billy Taylor bass, Teddy Walters guitar, and showcasing the trumpet piano style of Earl Father Hines on Father Cooperates.
In memory of the greatest of all blues singers, James P. Johnson, who used to accompany Bessie Smith, plays this blues. Backwater was composed by Bessie when she saw the Mississippi spill over the levee down in Louisiana and flood back into the bottomlands. For the sufferings of her people when the backwaters would come, she sang the blackest of all blues. James P. Johnson, the Dean of Harlem Pianists, remembered Bessie's song and how he used to play for her. Like this. Harry Lim, the astute authority of jazz from the Dutch East Indies, has supervised many great jazz recordings. This one, put on the master May 24th, 1944, reveals the talents of Coleman Hawkins and Don Byas, tenors, Tab Smith, alto, Harry Carney, baritone, Sid Catlett, drums, Johnny Guarnieri, piano, and Al Lucas, bass. It's a great battle of saxes on Louise. There's the clock on the wall pointing to the end of another session. This is Gene Norman reminding you that when you listen to Downbeat, you listen to the best jazz of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.